And we should be live now.
Okay. Does Trustee Natchez know it's at 4:30?
I believe so. That's when the invitation was for.
There was some email that came last week where it was noted. That's how I found out. So
Yeah.
I'm happy to call him.
You call him, please? You dialing, Sally? Yeah, she's down. She just shook her head, yes. What? Up the Rosie Road and Stone.
I've reached 914-381.
nope.
Does anyone have another number? I have his home.
Yeah. Good evening. It's Sir Ryan. The meeting starts at 4:30 tonight. What starts at 4:30 tonight? Happened last week. Last week, the board agreed to start early, half hour early. Oh, my pleasure. Bye-bye.
You get on that? Huh? What do you
He's
say?
getting on that.
All right, Dan's just been informed of the time change and he should be getting on in a couple of minutes. You hear a song and you get it in your head.
Yeah, can't get it out.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Welcome.
Good evening, Dan.
Good evening.
You got on in a jiffy, so you made up for it. Good evening, and welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees work session. We're starting a little early tonight because we have budget matters to attend to, and they need to be done this evening. I need a motion to open this meeting.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. The ayes have it. Okay, we're going to start with our usual going into executive session. The items, village attorney, it is anticipated that a motion, I'm going to make the motion right now. I'm just going to read this off.
Okay.
Executive session, I make a motion, A, village attorney, it is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(f) of the New York State Public Officers Law to discuss matters leading to the appointment of a village attorney. 1B, appointment of chair for the Board of Traffic Commissions, and that's the same title. Garden Road, it is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(h) of the New York Public Officers Law as it relates to the sale of real property, and the publicity of such would substantially affect the value thereof. And the last item is item D, non-union salary increases. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(f) of the New York Public Officers Laws to discuss matters leading to salary increases for non-union personnel. So I've made those motions.
I'm going to recuse myself from the Garden Road, even though it's more than 2 years that I've worked with the applicant or the owner that's making that request. But I've been involved in that in the past, so I am going to recuse myself.
Fair enough. With that caveat, I need a second.
Second.
Someone please call a roll. Augie, why don't you do it?
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Trustee Lucas,
Yes.
Trustee Natchez,
Abstain?
Trustee Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Thank you, and I'll see you all in executive session. Wherever he hung his hat was his home. When he
Whoever the host is, you need to put the video back up on me.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Oh. Good evening. We are coming out of executive session. We're going to continue the work session. The board voted to, in executive session, to make an offer to an applicant for the position of full-time village attorney. And that was a 4-to-1 vote. And that will be, the details will be reported out, but that was the only vote taken in executive session. Now we are going to continue with the Board of Trustees meeting, but the most pressing
I
item.
can't hear anything.
Can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can, yeah.
Yeah.
Kelly?
Did you hear what I said before?
Is there any sound?
Yeah, there's lots of sound.
I think. Still can't hear.
Is anyone talking?
Yes, Kelly, it's you. It's
I
you.
can't hear. I can't hear.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna go out and come back in.
All right. We'll wait for Kelly. Just so folks know at home, the first item, we're gonna cut to 2A, and we're gonna discuss the budget, because the budget has to be voted on and approved by the 1st of May, and the calendar is coming perilously close to the 1st of May. So we're gonna make some decisions tonight, which will then be incorporated into the final budget, which, with the help of God, will be voted on Wednesday night at a special meeting of Board of Trustees. I'm gonna wait for Kelly to
I'm
reappear.
here. I'm here and we're all good. Thanks.
Okay, you can hear now? Good.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. We're gonna have the budget discussion. What'd you print out for me? You gave it to me, right? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Can you go through where we are right now with the tentative budget before changes, just so everybody knows?
Okay, please, on screen.
Yeah.
Currently, right now, where the tentative budget was.
Sorry, Augie, can you tell me, do we have this document? Was this the one you sent? So we're on the same page, because there was no backup for this. So I want to know what we will be discussing. Is something you circulated? I
Yes.
have a lot of paper, so I want to just be on the same page.
Dan, when did you circulate this?
I believe I circulated this last Monday or Tuesday. This was after some suggestions regarding we eliminated the $234,000 for that of revenue for that summer concert program with Capitol Theater. Changes to the changes to the
No, the question is when? When was it sent to us? Do we have it? Two questions. Do we have it? And when was it sent to us? 'Cause I have the paper.
You have this. I sent this by email, I believe last Monday or Tuesday. That was the one where Trustee Natchez asked if I could do a quick write-up on the various changes.
Okay.
And I sent that to the board. I know you received it
Okay.
last Wednesday or Thursday.
I think we all received this a couple of times.
Can you please resend it
Version.
as soon as we finish? Can you resend it whenever you get the chance? So
Absolutely. That's
Okay,
not
thank
a
you.
problem.
Okay, let Augie walk us through it right now.
Okay.
Okay, so the tentative budget was submitted. $446 below the tax cap at a percentage rate of 2.97. Since the tentative budget was submitted, there's
Proposed.
various proposed changes and increases. Well, there's been, the village has hired several people and made several transfers. So the proposed changes and increases in column AF represents the people that have been transferred or hired since the tentative budget was adopted. And that's what this column here represents. That brings us to an adjusted budget.
When we
And
discuss, I'm sorry, one question. When we discuss this with the different departments, the changes had not happened. Was there a proposal? Why didn't we hear about this when we discussed the departments? That's my question.
Okay, I think what happened was that after or during the discussions with the department heads, this was the suggestions that various trustees had made. So I think the village manager wanted to show what those suggestions would cost in dollars and cents. It wasn't a decision. It was more illustrative of what the cost would be. Now, I think we're here tonight to decide whether we want to move forward with those choices or move in another direction. But these were not the recommendations of the department heads. The changes were stuff that was enacted either through suggestions of the Board of Trustee members individually, but not as a group, or things that was said by Budget Committee members. And I see Trustee Natchez has his hand up.
The first, okay, go back to the top. Okay, the first four groups with boxes around them were proposed changes, with the exception of the second box, I understand, have already been implemented, was not discussed with the board and was not, these were positions that were not going to be filled. That was part of the pandemic plan that the manager had set forth. And between the issuance of the budget and now they have been implemented, and those people, with the exception, as I said, of the second box, all four boxes, as I understand it, I've been told, have been implemented and therefore have to be reflected in the budget, or we have to eliminate people.
Can we clarify the first
Is
box?
is that a correct statement, Augie?
that is correct, Trustee Natchez.
So these haven't been implemented.
They've been implemented.
They've all been implemented with the exception of building ad.
So the first box, for example, is a transfer from meters to highway. And this change is implemented because the plan is to have 2 part-time people work collecting meters. And that's the first box. The second box adds a third part-timer to the building department. The third box is a transfer of a vacant MEO to fill the position of somebody transferring into that position. So the original position was in the budget for 78. The new person being hired is at a lower salary of 62. So that's a net gain on that transfer. And the last box is, once again, the shifting of a driver from one position to another. And the salary that's there is being reflected.
So
Going further down,
wait, can you stop right there on those four?
sure.
Can you go back on the four? Then we can go to the rationale. I think we'll get, but there's 2 steps here. The first one is there was discussion that this was mentioned, or that this changes were because of changes that the board discussed, or maybe somebody from another committee suggested, but I don't recall this four. Can you go scroll up, please? Can you move it so we get the 4 boxes? I don't recall. There was some discussion about some positions, some adjustment in the building department, but I don't recall the other 4. Maybe I'm out of, but I was at every meeting and I've been through 5 already of these budgets.
I mean,
That's where we made those changes. I don't remember hearing this.
But Victor, it's kind of like a little bit like dominoes. So where it says street in the third box, where you see the street maintenance removed, MEO vacant, I believe that was, Augie, am I correct? That was Mr. Sheridan who moved over to sanitation?
Yes,
Okay, so you see the 78,865 in parens, that's being filled by Mr. Trapicchio, who's currently a laborer in street maintenance. So Sheridan moved to sanitation, Trapicchio moved to the MEO, Simpson is moving to the laborer and DPW. So it's a little bit like dominoes there.
Yeah, but so just to be clear, then this is the domino, but this is essentially staff's recommendation. This is not coming from the board or from the budget committee. This is staff's adjustments post tentative budget, and
Right.
they're now before us for approval. Although they're mentioned that they have been
No.
implemented, but that's just to be clear why we're here discussing this.
No. That's not precisely the case. If you look at the
Oh, it's-
column 4, 5, 20, 21, those are the proposed increases and decreases that I was talking about. The 4, 5, which maybe you can't see, maybe you don't have it yet, but those were the proposed increases and decreases that were suggested by board members.
Understand, but I think Victor is talking about the first
Well-
4 boxes.
Yeah, what we have in front of us. Just
Yeah.
discussing what we have in
Victor,
front of
you
us.
just, if what you're looking at is just on the screen, you
Yeah.
can't see the numbers, you can't see all the numbers that are in front of us. Augie, could you either make that larger or smaller? Maybe that's where the confusion is here. Could you send Victor this piece of paper here?
Dave, can you
No,
say
but
that?
we
I
need to
don't have
work-
my email.
We need to work on the screen.
But Victor, what I'm saying is you can't see everything that's on the screen because it scrolls down. Could
My
somebody
questions
send
are
it-
only on the first 4 boxes. So now
Yeah,
I
know,
think I
but-
understand clearly that those are recommendations that staff is bringing to us now to make the different adjustments that will reflect how to operate. And some adds a little bit, some takes a little bit, and then we're essentially there's a little bit on the add side. It's difficult to see how it all balances down, but I think the question was how this all came to us so that we're clear as we move forward.
The answer, I believe, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, with the exception of the 20,720, are staff rearrangements and changes that have been made after the draft of the budget was released. It is not from board recommendations. It's been within the within the village operations that has done this. And as I understand it, they have been implemented. So those changes have to be reflected in the new budget because they're already operative in the existing budget.
That's not the case.
I believe that is the case, Tom. Augie can correct me if I'm incorrect, if I've misstated something, and I'm happy to change to whatever it is, but that's what I understand. Is that correct, Augie, or not?
That is correct.
Okay, so the budget, from the original budget, the adjusted budget, staff has decreased it by $43,817.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what we're working, let's just use those numbers. That's what we're working from in front of us. The 4, 5 numbers are proposed changes that people have just talked about.
Except, Augie, can you go back up, please, to the second box? that the part-time building position was discussed with the board in a grand plan, has not been implemented, it has not been filled.
I believe it has been filled. I'll have to check, but I believe it has been.
I think it's something to, I'm confused with that. Yeah.
Augie, has it been filled or not?
Augie just went to get his charger for his computer.
But I believe Miss Bimbo is working for the village. She had been a contract employee through a temp agency.
Dan,
Yes.
Dan Sarnoff,
Yep.
I think I'm getting, I remember when Amber spoke to us in a budget work session, she talked about the building department hiring an assistant who was going to be like the master of the paperwork for all the applications and really help with that. So is that what the part-timer in Bimbo is?
No,
Or
no,
is-
that was, and that was in the tentative budget.
Okay.
That we filed was the senior office assistant.
Yes. So that person, the senior office assistant, is somewhere in the budget?
Yes, I believe it's either in the building or the planning. I can't remember which one.
But let's be very clear. The senior assistant, whatever the title is new and has never been approved by the board and has already been operative. If the third building part-timer has already been hired, that is not a position that is in the budget and has not been authorized by the board. Dan, am I correct in that?
Again, I remember this being part of the larger conversation we had.
Okay.
So,
The conversation was a desire of what staff had recommended would be something that was desired to be done with the building department, has not been approved by the board.
well, we already had sufficient funding because when we adopted the budget this year, we had 3 full-time equivalents in the planning department, which were the director of planning, the assistant planner, and an office assistant. I believe that the head count is not changing. It is going from a senior office assistant to assistant planner and an office assistant. So
Dan, we have, if my memory serves me correctly, we have an operative approach of what can be changed by staff without board approval and what has to be changed by board approval. You have two new positions that have not been authorized by board resolution. You have, if the budget has been changes, they've also been done without authorization. It just needs to be known that this is what's happened. It's not a question of hanging anybody out. It's not, it is just, be very careful about what we're doing here.
absolutely.
And if I was told that the part-timer had not been hired as a full-time, as a part-timer.
I think it just recently happened. We just made a paper from the last week or so.
And my question is, how can that happen when you don't have a position?
I believe we did have the title. We did have available positions.
You
We had,
didn't have
we
3
have
part-time
2.
positions, Dan.
we
Let's
had,
be
Let him
clear. Let's
finish.
go back to the budget and look at the.
Dan Natchez, let him finish, answer his question,
Yeah.
answer your question.
we had 2 full-time office assistants approved in the building department budget. We now have 1.5 that we are employing.
Doug?
So that the head count did not change. In fact, the head count is,
I'm told that we have 3 part-time positions from, in the proposed budget versus 2 part-time positions that are in the existing budget. It's either correct or it's incorrect.
what I'm saying is, when the budget was adopted this year, in the building department, you have a building inspector, a full-time assistant building inspector, a full-time code enforcement officer, a full-time fire inspector, a part-time assistant building inspector, a part-time code enforcement officer, and 2 office assistants. In the new budget in the building department, you have one building inspector, one assistant building inspector, one code enforcement officer, one fire inspector, one part-time assistant building inspector, one part-time code enforcement officer, one full-time office assistant, and one half-time office assistant. So the head count is actually going down 1/2 of an FTE in the building department from the adopted 2021 to the proposed 21-22.
And I understand the head count. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
Okay. What I'm, you have a senior, new title for a position of senior assistant or something similar to that. That was never authorized. It was not in the budget. It has not been authorized in the budget. I'm not getting to whether or not the head counts are the same and whether there were sufficient monies to do this. There's a process that we have to follow. And I do not believe that it's been followed. And I think that we need to all aware of that.
I understand your perspective. I believe this was discussed with the board, the vision, and I believe that's what the budget is based on.
Okay. We could run around with this all night. Here, we have the adjusted tentative for 21-22, and it is at 2.8%, which is a little shy under the cap. The question really, what we have here tonight is there's been suggested changes, and some are decreasing and some are increasing the budget. Which of those changes do we incorporate, and how do we pay for those changes? That is really why we're here tonight. Let's go by, the proposed change. Okay, the non-represented increases that we have taken that off the table. Let's just tick down a list if you don't mind. I really do want to hear everybody's concern and everybody's, but let's just do this in some sort of fashion that's workmanlike.
Mayor, the non-represented increases, there's a net gain of 24,225,
Okay,
which I adjusted the spreadsheet for.
Augie,
but that isn't a gain. That's hold on. Just let me finish what I'm doing. It doesn't in parentheses mean it's a decrease?
We're decreasing that expense line, so it's a gain
Okay.
to the budget.
Okay.
We're reducing the expenditures.
All right, so we are, no,
The expenditures are 90, we'll bring them down to 60. So you're putting less in the budget.
yeah, but that 90 was going to be was proposed to be taken out of the budget.
Was proposed, but in the budget is currently 90.
Right. So what you're saying is that what you really need to do, that should be a positive, because in a budget there's currently 90, right?
In the budget's currently 90,
And you're using 63 of that.
correct.
Okay, so that should not be a negative, that should be a positive. Do you understand what I mean?
I understand, but
Tell me how, if I'm wrong, I'm willing to admit
I
it.
feel uncomfortable arguing with a mayor.
You-
But-
You're the only person in the village who does.
You need to get over that, Augie.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
the original money that was included in the budget was 90,000. We're reducing that to 60, whatever. So the decrease in what we originally proposed to what we're now proposing to be in the budget, that's a decrease of 24,000. So that's why it's negative.
Respectfully.
Respect, of course.
I stand corrected. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong.
Tom and Augie, I think what the confusion is that this is the difference between the 2.5% and the 2%.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Dan Natchez, you have your hand up.
I still have a question as to, is the third position been filled at the building department or not, as of this point in time?
I said, I believe it has, the paperwork was submitted to the county, I believe last week. But I'll verify that tomorrow.
Okay,
No, it's not okay. Because it affects the budget.
okay, we're gonna go down this one thing at a time. We've beaten that horse. He's gonna check on you tomorrow.
Another recommendation was we have 4 vacancy currently in the budget. Another recommendation was made to fill these positions 6 months after the budget started. So we would have a 50% savings on these 4 vacant positions. The 41, the 39, and the 39 to 19 represents that 50% savings by filling them in the middle of the year.
Right, and the proposed change was to not fill those positions.
The proposed change was to only fund 50% of those positions.
So now this is where I'm confused.
So in the budget, I have a full-time employee, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, answer my question.
In the budget, we have a lead mechanic for 82,000 and change. Since we're already funding 50% of that, I have to reduce that 82 by 41.
But that's already in the proposed budget.
The total salary is in the proposed budget already.
The total salary is in the
Yes.
proposed budget?
You know, Mayor, when the tentative budget was filed, it was envisioned to fill these positions as soon as possible so that we would have them on board for the beginning of the fiscal year. If we are going to wait until 6 months into the fiscal year to hire these individuals, then we don't need to fund their entire salary for 6 months.
I see,
Yeah.
okay. See, I was confused. I thought originally it was proposed to wait 6 months.
No, it was not. Thank you.
Does anybody have a problem with that?
I have a statement to make.
Make it.
What it proposed, these are the gross salaries, correct? These do not have fringe benefits associated with that, correct? Those numbers?
Correct.
So basically, what you need to take, the 139,000, I believe that's what it comes out to, something close to that. And you have to take 71% of that, and you can reduce the budget by 71% of that, whatever that number is, as fringe benefits, because it's not being implemented for 6 months.
He's doing it now. He's going to adjust that now.
Okay. That's
Hold
fine.
on, let's see where it comes to. Mm-hmm.
99,231.73.
Added on to that,
Further reduction.
further reduction.
Further reduction.
Okay,
Okay.
carry over into the next column.
Okay. And this is tallying it at the bottom?
Yes, this is all totaling up to the bottom.
Okay. Full-time village attorney.
The next set of changes are the projections for adding a full-time village attorney. Well, what I projected was 165,000 for a new village attorney, 52,000 for a full-time office assistant. The fringe benefits associated with those two positions are 156,000. With current litigation, I estimate that the current contractual litigation will increase by 130,000. And the reduction of the 110 is to remove the retainer for Sposino. The net of all the changes are an add of 394.
Augie,
Yes,
and then where do you have land use council? Is that in contract services somewhere?
it's in contract services.
So that's an additional 60,000, right? I know it's somewhere. I'm just trying to
It's in
say,
the budget, it's in the budget and it's 60,000.
great. So we're going from Sposino at 110 to 60,000 plus all this other stuff in order to have a village attorney.
Within office assistant.
Like, yeah, so it's an additional $350,000 to $400,000 a year to have a full-time village attorney, as opposed to what we had when we did the budget last year.
Is that correct, Lord?
Currently, the budget has 110 retainer, prosecutor 25,000, 60,000 for special counsel, and litigation expense for 370,000. What we're adding to the budget are 504,954, and we're removing 110.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking last year, I mean, forget about the village prosecutor. If we're just talking about what we were paying to have someone, in the office 3 days a week, plus Bob representing us at all the meetings, land use and board of trustee meetings. We're going from that to now 60,000 for land use board retainer, plus a full-time village attorney, an assistant with fringe, which is about, 350. So it seems we're at $350,000 to $400,000 addition in our budget this year compared to last year, from going from Sposino to splitting off land council and hiring a full-time village attorney.
I think
Is
the
that right?
math checks out.
Can I have a question? Why are we adding, I'm looking at the tentative budget, which has the 110, 25, the prosecutor, the 60, 370. So why and who calculated an additional 130?
We didn't have the 60 in the tentative, but in the past budget.
It is. I'm looking
No,
at it.
we did that after the budget was approved.
It is. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it.
In the proposed budget?
Yeah, it's in there.
In the proposed budget, yes, but it's not from last year.
Yeah, it's been there. The 60 is.
The one,
In last year's budget, we're 110, 25, 60, and 370.
Okay.
Sorry.
It was existed already.
That's my question. Why are we adding 130 over since we've been looking at this?
I believe hiring a full-time village attorney will make litigation expense go up by 130,000.
Is that your assessment?
Yes.
What's it based upon?
Where does it come from?
When we hired a full-time village attorney a few years back, and she was here for 2 years, the contract services went up at that time.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you, Augie. I just wanted to know where it came from. I actually
No,
don't think I don't think we need to increase that line.
Okay,
But
I
anyway,
was just
back
trying to
to-
baseline the same as what happened in the past when we hired a village attorney.
I always wait, but it's very difficult to just assimilate. But I think I just then I don't
Well,
see
to
that
To
necessary.
not think about it would be. to
I didn't know
plan.
what to baseline.
No, you got a
off of.
plan. You got a plan.
We already have 370 there, and actually I think that's too much. But anyway, so I think that 130 is not. But that's my position. I think so. Oh, some others are asking for the floor.
What are you saying? I don't understand your position. You want to take the 130 out?
Yeah.
The whole thing?
I think it's unnecessary. We already have 370 on litigation.
But we-
Or what?
the
Actually,
actual-
I think that one's high a little bit. I hope it comes down.
Budget-
I hope it comes down, and we're going to work. Hopefully that
We've
it comes
already spent
down.
more than what we budgeted last year. It's not gonna be enough.
Augie, say what you just told.
Currently, the budget book that I printed, our actual expenditures so far are 565, 469, which means the level of funding for litigation expense is not enough. Our current actual as of 3/18/21, we already had fulfilled the budget of 565, 469. I can look it up right now where we are at with this line as well.
I just.
In 2020, we spent 661,000, and we had a budget of 565. So we're definitely the amounts are going up.
Yeah, it's a conservative estimate based on our current and immediate prior experience. Is that fair, Og?
Yes.
I'll just wrap it up. I'm sorry, Dan, not to see you hanging, but just to wrap it up, I've been looking at the litigation issue, the cost, and while it's been increasing, as I see it, hopefully it'll start coming down because of various reasons that I should not discuss now. And actually, some of it is open, which is some cases have been fully submitted, have been filed. There was a huge spike on litigation because of the work. But I think it should not continue, and we could even bring it down. But I close there so that somebody else can pick it up there.
Dan Natchez.
I agree, Victor, of your logic on it. One of the problems in here's where we get to more of a justification for the full-time village attorney. In the bills that have been submitted since the revision of the contract with our present village attorney, arranging for non-covered retainer fees and not including the 3 large cases, if you will, between 15 and 30,000, somewhere around 15 to 30,000 a month, depending on what they're working on that is outside the retainer and not in the major litigation. They submitted the present village attorney submitted a budget for one of the major cases for the village, which is in the range of the 130. My suggestion is to remove the 165, the 52, and the 150, let's call it 157 for round numbers. Take those 3 out completely and increase contract services of 313,000. Which would cover the full-time village attorney office, in my opinion.
To 110 code.
Okay.
I can't,
Cool, you said it again.
I'm sorry, the full-time village attorney is my understanding to be a full-time employee.
that is correct. And I'm taking those monies. We haven't established the position yet. We haven't worked out the exact amounts. I do not wish to see a line item of 165 or 53 because we don't know what it will end up being. And the associated fringe benefits. So what I calculated for those things to be added to contract services is $313,000. Now, the 130 that you have calculated is somewhat justifiable. And Victor, from the vantage point of the budgets that have been submitted on one major case, but I'm not sure that not having a full-time village attorney would necessitate that. I think we will be saving other monies and other controls that can be put on. So that's what my suggestion would be.
Let's just be clear about something. a full-time village attorney is not going to stop people from suing the village.
No, it's not.
Right. So that is not going to be the panacea to all litigation. It would be nice if, Democratic district leaders stop suing the village. If we could work on that, but that's another issue. So I think it's prudent to increase the litigation costs from what we had last year because we overspent it. I mean, that's what you do in budgets, right? I don't, maybe it's not 130, but it should be something. I'm still talking. I would not zero that out.
I'm not zeroing it out.
So
So
Victor was, and I'm just making my point from my point of view.
I understand. So my suggestion would be we either increase contract services by 330,000
Why would we increase it?
or 330,000 plus the 130.
Just
And we will be saving.
explain to me where the 330 comes from. I don't get that.
The 330 is taking monies that would be available for paying a salary for a full-time village attorney in an office and fringe benefits.
Yeah, but Dan, if we're hiring a full-time village attorney, it has to be in the budget. We can't put it in contract.
We would
service.
then reallocate to a budget line item. But if you, let me finish, please.
You're just playing charades.
Let me finish, please,
There's no reason to yell, Dan.
because you keep interrupting.
Well, it doesn't, you're not making sense.
You may not understand it, but I believe it makes sense. The issue is if you put in a line item in the budget of a specific number, that's the number you have to use.
No, it's not. Absolutely is not.
If I'm, it's something that I would use if I'm looking for the position in negotiation.
It's a number you use to budget. It's absolutely not a number you have to use.
We've talked in terms of how much we wish to spend, does not wish to spend. What's on the budget suggested is higher than we believe, or at least some of us believe, we should be spending. Is that a fair statement, Tom?
Dan, it's a budget of what we're allowed to spend. It is not a contract of what we're hiring somebody for. What you're doing is you're just moving money around and it's not changing anything. If you have to have the position in the budget.
I'm lowering the money and I'm lowering the amount.
I have no interest in this plan, so go ahead. But if the other ones do, but I have no interest in, if you're going to do it and be honest about it and have it in the budget.
I'm being very honest about it.
No, I think by lumping it all together and putting it under contract services, there is a little bit of shell game going on that doesn't necessarily serve the village well over the next year. It might be a cute negotiating tactic when you're trying to hire someone, but I don't think that in the long run it serves the issue of transparency very well.
Okay, I agree with that. So then I would lower the full-time village attorney to 140. I would lower the full-time assistant to a part-time assistant at 35, and I would take the fringe benefits in relation to those two figures.
I'm not in favor of that.
I can't hear you, Tom.
I am not in favor of that.
Fine. Question is whether anybody else is in favor of it.
I have a question. Why are we talking about fringe benefits with regards to this position when we discuss it, when we don't discuss fringe benefits with regards to any other position? Where are the fringe benefits in the budget?
Because if you're adding positions, you have to add the fringe benefits. If the fringe benefits are not in the budget, then you have to add them. Taking something
I'm
out, you have to take them out.
My question is, it doesn't seem very transparent to not have the other fringe benefits in the budget and just have these fringe benefits in the budget.
I think the answer, somebody confirm? I think the answer to Nora is that the other fringe benefits are already in the different health, et cetera, the
Yes,
other lines. Is
That's
that correct?
Victor. That is correct.
that's
Victor.
correct.
Okay, that's why, because it's new, that's why it's so big. No, no.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
So the question is,
So when we're talking about these other positions that we've readjusted, we're hiring new people, a new building department person, we don't talk about fringe benefits with them. We're only talking about the fringe benefits with regards to this village attorney and the village attorney's assistant.
we've actually done that.
Yeah.
That's what we just did. For the positions that are going to be for 6 months only, that have been suggested, we're taking out the 6 months of fringe benefits, which is $99,231.73 approximately.
I think what Nora, correct me if I'm wrong. I think what you're saying is, where are we putting, if we do hire? No, the fringe benefits are, if the fringe benefits for the village attorney, they put on the line already, right?
Yes.
So we know what they are, is the projected fringe
What
benefits.
they would, yeah.
I think, Nora, maybe the answer is, so the position we talked about earlier, those are already existing employees, so their fringe benefits are already calculated. For instance, if I said tomorrow I want to be a recreation assistant, my fringe benefits are still paid for in the budget. I would just be, there would be no change in that, what I get for my health insurance. My pension will go down, but that's already accounted for in the budget for existing full-time staff.
I'm just saying, when we add a position, we simply, in general, when we add a position, we just we allocate more money to for like the medical pool that pays for the fringe benefits. We don't generally talk about fringe benefits when we add positions.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not saying we shouldn't, but this is a novel concept for us.
Okay.
We know they're somewhere in the budget, but we never know quite where.
But if we're adding a position or subtracting a position, we should allocate the fringe benefits associated with that.
I agree.
Okay.
Which is
So
what we're doing.
that's
here.
what we're doing. So the question before the House,
Oh.
staff is record 165 plus 53, plus 150, 157. Suggesting we lower those figures right, to 140, 35, and whatever the fringe benefits is.
I'm not in favor of that. Is anybody else in favor of that? Let's just make a decision and move on.
And it would be a half-time office assistant, correct?
That's correct.
It still says full. I think it's doable. I don't know if it's going to be 140 or more or less, but that could be a reference, and a half-time position. I think it's also doable. So I would be in favor of that. I have comments on the contract, but I'll just try to clear those two. If you're making a straw poll.
That's what we're doing. We're trying to make decisions. Kelly?
Laura? Kelly?
While I understand where you're coming from, Dan, and I think these numbers do look, higher than have been in my head, I think that adding a full-time village attorney who, what we don't have in here is Westlaw. I think there are going to be additional expenses that come along the way. So even if we do end up hiring a full-time village attorney for less than 165, and I certainly hope that's the case, I think there are going to be additional costs along the way that I don't want to have I don't want to be naive about, and I don't want to have no room in the budget to pay for this new office and these new expenses as they come up because we've cut these lines to the bone. So I think we should leave them where they are.
And I also think that the idea that it's going to be half-time for an office assistant is tenuous. And I think that that should be assessed after the workload has been assessed. And I don't think it's right to assess that before someone is in the seat. And I don't think we should take that as, the way it's going to be just because, that might have been projected. It's speculative at best. And I think what you do in a budget is you take the worst case scenarios. Nora?
We're testing this out. This is a new position for us. We might be right. We might have to make adjustments.
Nora, can you speak up, please?
We might, this is a new position for us. We might be right. We might have to make adjustments. I think we should be revisiting our budget in October. I think we need to think about, just make sure that we're on point, make sure we're on point with sales tax and everything else. So, that's the controller's guidance, and I think we should develop the habit of doing that. So I'm okay with this for now.
You're okay with the way things are?
Well, I think these numbers, they're high. They seem high. Maybe we can adjust them down in October.
Well, I've made a suggestion. So either you want to adjust them down to that or something else, or leave them where they are.
She said she's fine with the way these numbers are now.
I think we need to revisit everything in 3 to 4 months.
Okay, and so I think there's a consensus.
You want to leave them at 165 or at 140? Can you clarify, Nora? And the office assistant, can you clarify your position? That'll be helpful.
I would say leave it at 165 and 26,498.
So that's a mix.
Well, that's what's on my. See, I'm looking at the spreadsheet and it's scaled out. So part of what I can't print is on the screen now. So what I'm looking at on the screen that's being shared says the full-time office assistant is 26,498.50. And I think that's wrong. I think it's supposed to be 52,997.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. If you look at the screen that we're sharing right now, it's 52,997.
The column to the right says 26.
Right here.
May not be able to see that column. It's not on the. It's not in yellow. Okay, now yeah.
I was trying to figure out where Dan came up with the 331. So I scheduled these out.
That was just Augie doing math.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I think
165, 52.
I believe a part-time office assistant will be fine. I think I think that will be fine.
So you want to leave the 165 and take that to 26 and change?
Yeah. Please. That'd be my recommendation.
I would go with that as a compromise. Kelly?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that's done. Although, Augie, change the fringe benefits, because if it's 26, if it's a part-time, does they get
Calculated already.
you calculate? You're good.
And let's just change the description to part-time office assistant.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not crazy about that, but in the getting things done, go for it. You already calculated the fringe as well, right?
Yep.
Good man, Augie. All right, now next column down is sales tax. Are we projecting, is this a reduction of $466,000? That was was presented?
Correct. They wanted the sales tax back down to 3.2.
Yeah, I think that's way too low. When you look at what's going on in the economy and what went on in the first quarter of this year, we're shortchanging ourselves there.
Absolutely. Totally agree. I was concerned when we were lowering it because it did not match with, I mean, it just did not match with what I was reading elsewhere.
I believe that it shouldn't be lowered as much, but I think it should be lowered. I would suggest only taking out 300,000, so or adding back $300,000. So it would be, instead of being 466, it would be 166 or 167.
What do you base the $300,000 on?
Based upon what's has happened with sales tax and what, you know, the fact that we still have a pandemic and we don't know where things are going to go. And to go back to where we were, I think is wishful thinking.
Let's just look at what has happened now. The first 3 months of this year, a pandemic year, are 3.8% above the first 3 months of last year, which is pre-pandemic. So the economy, if anything, is picking up steam, and the COVID situation is finally coming under control. I think that we might not want to go back to the original, but I don't think we have more leeway than to just say, I mean, I would be fine with going back to the original. I think, you know, to just say, oh, 300,000 based upon nothing, you know, the staff came up with a number, and I'm fine with going with that number.
Staff has recommended taking 466,000 out.
No, they didn't.
I don't think they recommended it. I think based on the conversations from the board, they agreed to do it. But
This is in the proposed changes.
I just think to go back to where we were is wishful thinking. I hope 100% that it comes true, but forecasts that I've seen are are not as positive as you would think that they would, or you would make them out to be.
I've told you what I've seen. What have you seen?
What is the translation of what you've seen?
Translation of what I've seen, and it's a very simple translation, is
No,
3.8%.
what's the dollar change?
3.8% over last year's pre-COVID numbers.
Which comes out to what?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, Dan, but I know that there's also a projection of the economy, the gross domestic product growing at 6%. Now, I'm at least giving you numbers. I'm at least telling you where mine came from. You know, you said you have other sources. I just asked you what your sources are.
I don't have all my paperwork here. It's
Okay.
that I've read online on projections, you know, from other people.
What people?
What's going to happen with the economy,
What
and
people?
whether or not we get into a, you know, problem, you know, another pandemic problem because of not everybody will be vaccinated. You know, things have slowed down in terms of vaccination, and it's a big issue. I look at what's going on around the world in other countries that were doing well and all of a sudden have had to close down again.
I think there's just a, you know, glass half full, glass half empty that we saw on the last discussion, the village attorney's office. You know, Dan was more optimistic. I was more pessimistic in terms of how much it will cost. And now on this piece, I am more optimistic about the sales tax revenues, and Dan is clearly more pessimistic about the sales tax revenues. It's just a matter of where you see things. I'm in favor of just erring on the side of what village staff, who are far better experts at these numbers than I am. And I think that their numbers on revenue projections were just higher. I mean, I think they were talked down after they explained it to my satisfaction where they were coming from. I think since they explained it a few months ago at the start of this process, things have gotten rosier. And so,
Just for some context, we have every quarter of this fiscal year, we have generated at least $1 million in sales tax revenue. And that's kind of the point from which we had made our estimate for the 21-22 tentative budget. And we didn't budget $4 million. We budgeted, was it 3.6 or 3.7, or close to 3.7. So, like I said, we didn't, it wasn't divined out of the ether, that number.
And let me just point out that if we go back to the original sales tax number, that means that we don't have to take more than $600,000 out of the unrestricted fund. I mean, we're always making noise about not using the unrestricted fund, and then there's a projection to take out more from the unrestricted fund. So going back to the 466, which I think, we shouldn't have been taken out. I think we're going to hit our number for sales tax. I think we're going to exceed our number for sales tax. I think there's a lot of pent up demand. I think that, Biden's plan that he passed for the 1.9 trillion has put a lot of money in a lot of people's hands. And the good thing about putting money in the lower part of the economic spectrum's hands is they spend it.
Well,
they don't just throw it on the pile.
I think I think this is why we don't know. We just don't know. And this is why I think we need to, keep revisiting the budget, just making sure we're hitting our marks or, surpassing our marks or not hitting the marks. But I also think that, with sales tax, I think we benefited a lot from all this online shopping because we don't get sales tax from Mamaroneck businesses. It's, drawn from the county. It's just like it's a percentage. So we don't get sales tax for the item that's sold in the village. We get sales tax for the item that's sold in the county or that's ordered in the county. And
sold in the county exclusive of the cities.
What?
We get sales tax that is sold in the stuff that's sold in the county,
right,
exclusive of White Plains, Yonkers, and New Rochelle.
Right. But
if it's sold in those cities, they keep the money.
But it's not what gets sold in Mamaroneck, it's what gets sold
No,
in
you're right. You're
all
right.
the other communities. So we benefited greatly, I think, from the online shopping.
So,
We may or may not. I think we could be more optimistic than we are now. And again, I just think we have to keep checking.
Augie, how much did you guys originally project?
3.9.
During the pandemic, what was coming in per quarter?
We only received 2 quarters, and each quarter was $1 million.
So during the pandemic, the 2 quarters that they received were each over $1 million.
Historically, the fourth quarter has always been less.
Okay.
So historically, if we received an average of 900,000 each quarter, the fourth quarter has always been about hovering around 670, 680.
And for us, the fourth quarter is spring.
Correct.
It's our fiscal year, not the calendar year.
Yeah, the fourth quarter is going to be accrued to this fiscal year. So the next payment gets accrued to this fiscal year.
Right. I'm just saying it's not the holiday sales quarter; it's the spring quarter.
And even what I would call the true pandemic impact on our sales tax was the fourth quarter of fiscal year 1920. So that got absorbed into last year's budget.
2020.
No, it was the 1920 budget. The fiscal year 2019.
Okay.
It was spring. It was spring of
yes.
Spring of 20. It was April, May, and June.
Mm-hmm.
Correct, Ken?
That's correct, Mayor.
I would like to go back to the original numbers, and that kind of solves all our problems. And it takes us from not having to take out any more fund balance than we already had.
Can I ask Augie and Dan, do they still believe that those original numbers are, are solid Or have their views changed on this in a negative way?
I'm comfortable with the level of funding that's currently in the tentative budget.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the math is simple. We're getting $1 million a quarter. And, every, report I see is predicting a economic turnaround in the United States. We're supposed to be, conservative, but I think, based on our experience, we came up with a conservative estimate.
Which is, and the conservative estimate you came up with is higher than is the revenue that's in this budget.
And so right now,
Revised
sales
budget.
tax, if we exercise this, it brings it down to 3.2. If we eliminate the 466,575, the sales tax goes back down to what's in the tentative of 3.6 million.
Okay.
So 3.6, if we've been getting $1 million a quarter during COVID, we got a good shot of at least getting 3.6 million.
Yes. I think that's a conservative, comfortable number to deal with.
I would like to go back to the original budget numbers of 3.6 million.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
I would too. I would too.
I would not. I don't mind
Nor-
bringing it back. I don't want to go back to the full.
Nor?
I'd be willing to do it. I just, again, you know what I'm going to say. We have to revisit in October. So
And I
bear
think
with
that, that's prudent, Nor. I think that's prudent. Victor?
Yep.
Okay. So, we taking that out, where are we now?
Currently, we are 109,000 in excess of the tax cap.
Okay, gang, we got to find $109,000.
I have two suggestions. First is I would take the part-time position out of the budget on the building department. And unless it's been implemented and there's no position for it, that's why we have a budget. But if it's already been done, you can't fire somebody. But I'm not happy with that. But I would take that out, and I would take the other positions, the 4 other positions that are 6 months, take them out of the budget. And if things are great, we can put them back in the budget.
There's no allowance for purchase of municity 5 in this, is there?
We have that. There will be a capital budget item. I think we proposed doing the first year purchase and software maintenance out of capital. So
Yeah,
that's not a
I
general.
understand. That's a different discussion, Dan, but it's not in the budget. And we don't have a capital budget at this point, but we will have at some point shortly.
Well, believe it or not, the reason I raised it was because I'm hopeful that municity will allow the building department to be more efficient, and perhaps, Dan, this idea that
100,000 on a help, I think it could be good.
Kelly, I couldn't agree with you more. Also
I think
eliminate
100,000
should
on a help.
also be able to eliminate 90% of the FOIL issues.
I think it should be good.
I hope so. I certainly hope so. But
Listen,
Just a couple, Dan, on one of those, a couple of those items on the lead maintenance mechanic, we're currently down 2 people in a 4-person department. And there's a lot of equipment that needs to be maintained. Secondly, with the parks MEO, you need to have a license, a commercial driver's license to operate certain pieces of equipment, which is why we have the MEO position in the Parks Department. So I think there is a rationale for, if not, 6 months, but we do need some of those titles working.
Staff was adamant that they needed this to run the village. We don't have to get rid of these positions, half-time positions, to run the village. We could find this money in other locations.
so
Augie,
let's find it in non-staff positions.
Yes. Augie, is there room in health or any other line like that?
We could take 109 out of health.
Explain that. What are you saying we can get the money out of health? Explain how.
We're very conservative with the increase that's going to come to fruition. For the first 6 months, we projected 12% increase. For the following 6 months, we projected 7. Those numbers are very conservative. We could go less. So last year we budgeted 4,853,703. As of so far, we spent 4,337,000. The tentative budget is 5,113,445.
So we're spending a few $100,000.
I projected for an increase that I don't think is going to happen, based on the numbers we had at the time.
Would the board be willing to adjust the budget for healthcare by $109,000, $110,000 to get us under the cap?
When do we get this is beyond just health insurance premiums for insurance, right? This is including like the Medicare reimbursements and those things. Is that where you're,
It's health insurance premiums?
It's just the insurance
Just
premium.
insurance premiums
when do we get the actual numbers on what that's going to cost?
every month.
So it changes monthly?
Yes. Actually, the change occurs in January.
Uh-huh.
So we get the bill in February. That's when we start seeing the changes.
And so what you've been seeing since February would tell you that your number in the budget is too high?
Might be a little high.
Okay.
So what percent, 110,000 would be what percentage of reduction in the healthcare line? Can you just figure that out for me?
2.5%. I mean, if it's what, 4 point,
Just let him figure it out.
5.1, 2%.
He's got these toys, let him use them.
2%.
2%. So by lowering the healthcare projected cost by 2%, it gets us under the cap. Is that right, Augie?
Correct.
Is the board fine with that? This way we don't have to, disrupt staff's plans to adequately take care of the village?
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. And I thank Augie for that. I want to be, I want to have a little more comfort if he can convince me that this is really not just, that our health costs aren't going to end up then over budget. We feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, in 2019, we spent 5,042,000. 2020, 4,445,000. We're at 4.3 million now, and the tentative budget has 5,113,000. I think we're good.
Okay.
I think we even have a little cushion with this reduction,
No,
so we're getting rid of the cushion.
I think what she's asking is, can we go more?
not
No. You're comfortable with what we're going?
yes.
Is the board comfortable with that?
I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Nora?
I mean, I think Augie's the person who's better with these numbers than any of us. What I would say is, let's just
October.
just keep track of this, because if we have to make a pivot, we have to make a pivot. And if we have to cut someplace else, we're going to have to cut someplace else.
I agree, Nora. I agree.
Kelly, you agree with it?
I do.
Victor?
Yes,
Okay.
we'll be looking at this. This is the best estimate where we are, and the
Thank
best plan. It's a plan and an estimate at the
Exactly.
same time. That's how I see it.
It's a plan that could be altered, and it's a
An
plan that
estimate.
has to be watched.
Carefully.
Okay,
Yes.
so that, so that gets us under the cap.
Or at the cap, right?
You're $105 under the cap.
We got $105 to play with.
I think 1 year we were $47 under, so.
We
But
should buy $105 worth of lottery tickets.
I don't think we're allowed to.
Oh.
I think we'd have to do it individually.
That's arbitrage.
But you know, that just goes to show $105, right? Like cutting $1 here or $2 there or not going out for, you know, I'm not saying that people do this in the village, but like, you know, they'd say, you know, if you want to save money, don't buy coffee, make your own coffee, you know, buy coffee at
Yep.
home. There's little ways to get to that $109.
I'll tell you what, Nora, to prove your point, I bought one of those hot water heater makers,
Uh-huh.
the electric ones.
Yep.
And I brought it to work, and I was buying 2 cups of coffee a day at work,
Hmm.
and it was like $6 a day. Now I'm making my own, and it saved me $30 a week.
And that adds up.
Does add up. And I don't have to wait online. All right. Is there any other issues that we need to handle with this?
Well, I mean, do we need to go through the other cuts that we've made or the alterations that are on there? Just to finish going through it? I mean, we've hit the other.
No, you need to speak up. I'm sorry.
Oh, like,
No.
I'm just saying, like, you know, the tennis, the other things we took out were things that had to be taken out because we can't necessarily count on them.
That's correct.
I'm fine with taking them out if you can't count on it.
Mhm.
What's tennis fees differentiated between from Florence Park tennis fees? Was it a reduction of $38,000 in sport time fees? Is that what that was?
We are getting, yes, that's exactly what it was. We're getting more monthly payments from sports time. And normally year we get 250K less payments already made of 150. So our projection in the budget is a little high, so I want to reduce it by 38,000 for sports time.
Okay, and the other one is we have.
The other one is there was a program in the budget for Florence Park tennis, which was never approved by the board. And the budget committee brought this to the board's attention and was discussed to remove this. And the last item is the fire department, when they did their presentation, they had asked the board to restore their training line. And there was a majority agreement to restore this line in the training.
Okay, that's fine with me. I don't think I was there for that, but I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing on the sport time piece of it is that when they shut down in the pandemic, you know, it hurt them. But now that they've been able to reopen, those courts are booked. They're really booked. So I think they're making up for it, but they may end up still a little short by the end. I mean, I think next year is going to be strong.
But better to have a surprise,
Yes.
a good surprise.
Yes.
And hopefully this will enable us to grow the fund balance.
Yeah.
All right. So does staff know what they need to do for Wednesday night now?
Yes.
Dan, you too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you all for going through that step at a time. You know, it's not easy.
Before we totally leave that, we need an answer to the third position in the building department.
I will follow up tomorrow to determine whether or not the paperwork's been filed with the county.
Okay. All right, we're going to go to items that have to be covered for the regular meeting. First item is item 1H, awarding. I'm sorry. Damn. And unmute me. 1H, awarding contract replacement Hillside Avenue Bridge over the Mamaroneck River on for the regular meeting. Dan Sonop, can you just explain this, please?
Sure. I sent a memo to the board about 10 days ago. It's on the agenda. We conducted the bid opening for the bridge. We received 9 responses, which is pretty good for a project this size. The apparent low bid, they neglected to submit some rather important and required documentation as part of their bid, so it was not responsible. The second low bid was received from Villa Construction. in the amount of $4,378,000. We had a pre-construction meeting or a pre-bid meeting with them. They conveyed a clear understanding of the project scope. They do have a suggested alternative to a certain aspect of the project. We've reviewed the bid response with New York State, reviewed it with the DOT. They had a couple of questions which we've clarified for them. And we're recommending award of the contract to Villa Construction. The process is once the board gives an approval, then we have to provide it to DOT, and the New York State DOT has to give us the official approval to award, because this is a locally administered federal aid project. It's been a long process to get here, and hopefully we get a positive recommendation from the board to move forward. Are there any questions about the contract, the work? Trustee Natchez?
I sent you an email. Do you have the answers? What bothers me is you have a engineer's report with estimates. All the bids came in way over their engineering estimates. It's a unit cost contract for most of it, from what I understand, if I've read the memo correctly, and divided between major and non-major items. So my question is, how does the major unit costs compare to the next lowest bidder? Because if the engineer was wrong in his estimates, and the major costs are, are higher for the lower bidder than the next lowest bidder, we may not be the lowest bidder.
So there were, in reviewing the estimates, or sorry, the bid submissions, as I noted in the memo, they were pretty close in terms of their spread, about 19% from the low bid to the high bid, which for a public works contract is pretty low. I mean, usually you'll see some vendors who will just be totally off the board. As far as the items, as I mentioned, they were a little bit short in some items because they're recommending a different system, and they move more of that money towards the concrete work and the demolition work. Again, it was reviewed. Given the spread, we believe the bids are fair. And looking at the bids and the conversations that we had with the vendors, there are a couple of reasons why we think the bids came in above the engineer's estimate, which include it is a very tight site that we're working within. There is the county's 66-inch sewer main, which is a bit difficult to deal with. I mean, that's a major line that the county owns. This is an era of COVID. There's a lot of unknowns as far as how the vendors are responding. But we believe the estimates are fair. We believe the bid is fair, and that's we're recommending the award.
But that's not answering my question. Has anybody looked at the unit cost issues? I'm not suggesting that nobody did their homework. I'm not suggesting that it wasn't a fair thing and it's an honest bid. I'm not suggesting anything to the contrary. I'm just concerned that when you have a unit cost contract on major items, if you are estimated incorrectly on what the units will be, you can have significant cost overruns that are contractually already agreed to.
So the engineer did look at the estimates. While they did think it's high, it's not out of the realm of possibility of what they quoted. I don't know how better I can answer that question.
Okay, so the answer is we do not know what whether the next lowest unit costs were higher or lower than the recommended one.
In some cases they're higher, in some cases they're lower. Obviously their bid came in higher, so.
It's in the aggregate that we look at.
Yeah.
But we would know what the major ones are, correct?
It's the concrete work, it's the demo, it's the piles, it's,
Okay, so for the concrete demo and the piles, is the unit cost in this contract higher or lower than the next what's the proposed one?
In,
We know that?
in some, well, I forwarded the spreadsheet. You'll have to pull it up and take a look at it. As mentioned, it's a little bit difficult to see some of these numbers.
What we're required to do is take the next lowest bid.
Yeah.
For the contract in total.
Correct.
What I'm trying to get to, Tom, is I work a lot with different contracts. When you have a unit cost contract, usually there are items that are more significant and items that are less significant. If the more significant items are high, or in the next quote, lowest overall bid, and you go over in the unit cost, which is what many contractors do, not sometimes with, just happens by happenstance, and sometimes with, that's how they're betting that it will come, that will happen.
So, I mean, for instance, I think they were about $100,000 higher in demolition, but they're also, about $100,000 lower in piles, 120,000 higher in let's see.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. My point is that the law requires us to take the aggregate lowest bidder.
correct.
The lowest
So-
responsible bidder, and it seems that we have a lowest responsible bidder. The responsible question has been answered with meetings with Villa and with the state and with the DOT.
That's correct.
Thank you, Dan.
Is everybody on for having this, all right for having this on for the regular meeting?
Yes.
Unless I hear no, it's going to be on. Southeast Consortium, this is just a boilerplate of what we do every year, right?
That's correct.
Everybody know about the Southeast Consortium, what they do?
Yes.
That they provide us with recreational activities for our handicapped citizens. And it's a cooperative with many communities in the area: Portchester, Rye, Tuckahoe, Larchmont, Bronxville, Pelham, town of Mamaroneck, in the city of Rye, in the town of Eastchester. It's much cheaper to do it this way than if we all had to do it together. Obviously, we want to provide recreational opportunities for folks that are disabled, and it's just cheaper when we do it in a situation like this. Does anybody have any questions or concerns?
They do a marvelous job.
They do a good job. I'll agree with you on that. Okay, so this is on for the regular meeting. Okay, St. Patrick's Day Parade. This is going to be on for the regular meeting. The reason being is that I had a discussion with them, and to get bands, to get marchers, to get all the accoutrements of St. Patrick's Day, you have to start asking people to come now, or actually past now. So if they don't have the go-ahead for the date, they can't ask the various bands and departments and different people who participate in our lovely St. Patrick's Day Parade to save the date. And there's a lot of communities having St. Patrick's Day parades now, all throughout the tri-state area. So I know my union has a marching band that once participated in Mamaroneck, and they're not participating anymore because they just get so many different offers that they don't have the time. So they're asking us to set aside March 20th with a rain date of March 27th. Does anybody have any questions or concerns?
I sent an email with 3 things that I think should be added to the resolution. I'm all in favor of having the parade, but 3 things were that the resolution says that they have to have the debris put in garbage bags or plastic bags, excuse me. And I'm said that they should remove them from the site. The second would be in item 8, that all the vendors have to have and display of village vendors permits. That's what our law basically says they have to do. And the same thing that we added to the firemen's resolution should be that the approval is subject to the adherence to the CDC, Western County Health, New York State, Village of Mamaroneck guidelines, rules, regulations, and guidance.
Anybody have any concerns about Mr. Natchez's proposals?
I think those are all good additions. My just overarching concern is that this is a Sound Shore parade, and I know that Mamaroneck hosts it every year, and we have a great harbor, and it's great that we can host it. But we also bear all the costs, and I would like in the future for us to ask for some cost sharing from our Sound Shore neighbors, or ask them to occasionally host the parade themselves.
That's a conversation we should probably have the TVS meetings, right? Maybe Larchmont. I know Larchmont has a parade, so they could maybe do this down on Larchmont Avenue.
Yeah, I'm just looking to share the expense and share the joy as well.
Okay. Share the joy as well. Okay, that's on for the regular meeting.
So are we gonna, so the resolution's actually not on the work session, but it's in the regular one. Are we gonna try and add those things to it before there's 6?
Well, why don't we add it at the regular meeting, or I'm fine with all of them.
Sally, can you do that? I think you had a copy of the email I sent.
Dan, I don't know that I do. Can you send it to me again, and I'll make sure that it's on there
Sure.
before you approve it.
Sure.
Thank you.
And send it to Sarnoff too, because he's good at the whereases.
He already has it.
I know, but just,
I think
again, just to remind him. Okay. Mr. Sarnoff, Bridge New York grant application for Otter Creek.
so. The town of Rye is planning to submit a grant under the Bridge New York program to replace the Otter Creek Bridge. If you look at the memo, we have a stipulation settlement from 2004 regarding bridges in the village of Mamaroneck among the village, the town of Mamaroneck, the town of Rye, the village of Portchester, and the village of Mamaroneck. I believe it's paragraph 15, says something to the effect that in the event that a municipality wants to submit a grant application, it has to be jointly applied for by all the municipalities. I think we've addressed that just through resolutions of support to encourage them to submit the application. I spoke with the town of Rye last week. They don't have their official application ready yet, nor do they have an estimate of what the replacement will cost. So, the applications are supposed to be submitted by May 5th. If the board is uncomfortable, we could probably provide a resolution of support after they submit their application. That's what we did with the various municipalities for Hillside. But that's about the best information I have at this point, that the town is looking to replace the bridge and apply for a grant to do so.
So is this on tonight for the regular meeting?
I did put it on. If the board would like some additional information, I'm sure it can be held over. But if you want to get it done before the town submits their application to the state DOT, the board can act tonight or whatever is your pleasure.
I just, before we get into a substantive discussion of this, the bridge is a mess down there.
It is.
Can't they do anything to straighten that out a little bit so that, vehicular traffic won't be as inhibited?
So I know you received an email from, I don't know if it was a member of the club or a resident.
It was both.
It was bad. Okay. So the town needs to do some emergency work on the bridge in the very short term. I think they just sent out an RFP to qualified firms to do the work. I think it's just shoring up of the wing walls. The town administrator, Ms. Reisner, I believe she mentioned something to the fact that they would look to fill in potholes or, lay down some new asphalt on the bridge after they finish that. But obviously the long-term solution is replacement. I think it's in pretty poor shape.
It's awful. And that bridge isn't that old.
I know they've done work on it continuously over the years. I don't know when it was last replaced.
I think it was replaced within the last 15 to 20 years.
That's about right, Tom. Clark was the architect of record on that one.
Yeah, I think I was a trustee when that was replaced.
Yeah, and they paid 100% of the cost, which I understand, Dan, is what your resolution says. They pay 100% of the
Yeah,
cost.
they're legally required to pay 100% of the cost.
And that includes the wing walls, correct?
Correct. I think it's the only thing I believe the village is responsible for is the general maintenance, which is things like snow plowing, just keeping it the surface clean, essentially.
Okay, can you ask Ms. Reisner to take another look at it and that just can't wait forever, because it's really just clean it up. It doesn't have to be that way.
Absolutely.
The surface, the wing walls and the surface area are two different matters.
Yeah. So I believe she said something in fact that they were looking to, they would resurface it after they finish. I'll find that email and distribute it to the board.
I mean,
Yeah,
is there,
but my point is, Dan, I don't want them to wait and have that look like garbage until after they're finished. Because I don't know when they're going to be finished.
Oh, the work is it's going to be it should be about a couple of weeks. It's I think it's less than 4 weeks of work, and the bridge is going to be closed while they're doing the work. So during the daytime hours. So it's they will do it. Yeah.
but do we have, are there any questions that we actually have that would cause us to not, agree on a resolution of support? It seems like we should just act on it.
Yeah.
Get it moving, do whatever we can to get it moving.
I think the question is, does anybody not want it on the agenda?
Deadline is a week from now.
Yeah, so we should do it tonight.
Yeah.
Right, the last item is something that staff asked me to put on for the regular meeting, but we have time to talk about it, which is a budget, an authorizing to execute a budget amendment to fund the removal of the Gundaboo. And it's taken $20,000 out of the general fund and putting $20,000 into beach contract services. Dan, can you just give a brief history of the Gundaboo and why it needs to be removed?
I mean, it's been terribly damaged over the last several years by storms, just general wave action. It's essentially Swiss cheese at this point. It hasn't really, reduced pollution inside the swim area to the extent it once did. But at the same time, the water quality numbers have improved so greatly since 2006, 2007, that the numbers don't support the need for the Gundaboo anymore. At this point, it would reduce the numbers, but it's already the existing current rates, current levels are below what would be cost for any concern.
Have there been conversations with county health as what the effect would be?
I believe there have been, and I believe they have no objection to us removing the Gundaboo. But I can.
I have to assume that it's somewhat helpful, and it may not be as effective as it was. My concern would be if pollution levels increase after rains, that lasts longer, that could last longer with the Gundaboo out than with it in.
Okay,
I think how it works now is that any rain of a half inch closes the beach for 24 hours afterwards.
Yeah, I think,
I think
I'm not
that's-
talking,
I
I'm
think-
talking about for a
let me
longer
finish, Dan.
period.
Dan, let me finish. That's regardless of Gundaboom or non-Gundaboom. That Gundaboom was put in 2012. It's the second Gundaboom. First Gundaboom was ruined by an oil spill from directors. It was supposed to be taken out every year to be maintained. It hasn't been taken out in at least a dozen years. They used to actually drag it out and drag it onto the beach and clean the barnacles and the seaweed and all the accumulated debris off of it. How Dan prefaced the discussion was that the readings are now almost identical inside the Gundaboom to outside the Gundaboom, which would lead me to believe that the Gundaboom is no longer having a function, and
Is that,
that water quality has improved.
are those readings true right after a rain? Dan, do you know?
I could look into it.
Yeah,
I don't know that we have the data to get you an answer on that, because you'd have to do the testing immediately after. And I don't know if that data is collected in that kind of a method.
so let me ask us a very silly question. What would happen if we didn't remove the Gundaboom for this season?
It would, I mean, you have the anchors, which are an issue. And like I said, it's basically Swiss cheese at this point. So it doesn't really, it's not preventing any sort of, it's not providing any sort of benefit.
We've been talking about removing it for 10 years.
I agree that we've been talking about removing it for 10 years, but I think we have to, and I think that probably it is the right and logical thing to do. There's a memo that the rec committee had from Jason in November, and maybe I can circulate that, maybe Dan can circulate that, but I think we have to just document the fact that it's not working. Like, I think we know that it's not working. It's obvious that it's not working. I think there are other problems with it because it has sharp edges and it's not great for swimmers. But I think we just have to make the case of why it should be removed. And removal is, we have to remove it in order to replace it, if we were going to replace it. Replacing it, I don't think is in our budget.
Yeah, but
But I
that's
think
several hundred thousand.
We need to make the case that removing it is not going to be an environmental detriment.
Kelly?
I mean, it sounds like it's garbage that needs to be removed from the harbor. But my one question is, if the Gundaboom now serves as the edge to the swim area, would we replace it with a rope with, big yellow balls on, or, something to, there's a delineated end to a swim area for the lifeguard to see and people to not get out too far?
It doesn't delineate the swim area.
There we go.
There are ropes with floats that delineate the swim area.
Okay, thanks.
I'll
Victor?
just echo the need for summarizing where we are, and if staff's position is that you think it can be removed, just document it so that it's we can then substantiate and make decisions on that further that. But so that's my first request. My second is, I haven't seen this. Was this in the backup or in now? I
Came in tonight.
I mean, I haven't seen that.
No, I was talking to Jason about it. We had thought there was an encumbrance from the general fund. It was actually a commitment of monies from a prior fiscal year. So in order to transfer that commitment to the general fund requires board action. If it was just encumbered as a purchase order, we would be able to liquidate it and it would fall right to the regular general fund. A little bit different of a formula.
I've actually had to deal with Gunderbooms because of fish protection for power plants and other things, pollution. Actually, it's an exception to use it for pollution control, like the beach here. So if at some point it came down like a big hammer, or maybe like an axe, that you need to have a Gunderboom, is because of our quality was probably one of the worst in embayments in the country, really bad, bad. So if I see the overtopping. I see so many problems. Gundam groups have many, many problems. So if we reach that point, let's just document it before we take further action on top of that.
Yeah.
I actually help a little bit my input, but not, I didn't want to sway in any way. It had to be a technical decision based on numbers and what staff has been doing. So I
Yeah,
think
I
we
mean,
can all contribute to the conversation, but let's document this properly.
Yeah, I think, and maybe Tom may remember from his prior life as a trustee, but I think the beach was closed, what, 2 straight summers to swimming? I think was it Keith who had suggested the Thunderboom?
No, no, no. There was a Gundam prior to my being a trustee. In the 90s, they put in a Gundam, and the Gundam was, at the time, the numbers for the harbor were very, very high. The Gundam allowed for swimming within that area. It's substantially reduced. Right before I got on board, maybe a year or two before I got on board, there was an oil spill at Directors. The oil spill at Directors in like 2000 or 1999, I forget which, ruined the Gundam. The Gundam was taken out, which meant that there could be no swimming at the beach because the numbers were too high. The village sued Directors to recover the cost of the Gundam. The village won that lawsuit. Steve Silverberg was the attorney. And with the money that we got back from Directors, we bought the second Gundam. And I believe the second Gundam was bought in 2002 or 2003, and that allowed for swimming again on the beach. In the interim, the numbers between inside the Gundam and outside the Gundam have kind of leveled off. I think what part of that is the ineffectualness of the Gundam, and part of that is the improvement of the quality of the water in the whole harbor. So I think that's where we stand today. Now, would the board like to have this on in 2 weeks when we have more information from staff, or do you want to have it on tonight, which is really the question here?
I prefer to get more information from staff.
Victor, you too?
Yes, please.
All right.
I just sent a little bit of stuff that the staff had already put together, so that may be a start.
So why don't we just have some more stuff on for the next work session, and we'll do this again, have it on for work session and regular session at the next meeting. Because I know you want to get it out of there before the swimming season starts.
Yeah.
Is that okay, Dan?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I would also say that after talking, the Parks and Recreation Commission had recommended, I don't recall if they sent us anything in November, suggesting that if it didn't have any environmental benefits, it should be removed because of its condition.
Yeah, I'll work with Jason on collating the information.
Okay. I need a motion to end the work session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'll see you around 7:30.
Thank you.
Mic is on. Camera on.
Okay. Picture Dan. Oh, Dan. Okay. Good evening. And welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck. April 26, 2021, Board of Trustees regular meeting. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
I pledge
pledge
allegiance
allegiance
to the flag of
flag
the United
of the
States
United
of
States of
America,
America and to the republic for which it
for which
stands,
it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty
with liberty
and justice
and
for all.
justice for all.
Good evening. I need a motion to open this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 The first item on the agenda tonight is communication to the board. Let's see here. Attendees, I got a hand up. Daria.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Daria. How are you? Good evening.
I'm good. How are you?
All right.
So I wanted to make a comment on something that I saw on the 2021 expense control report. I saw that you originally budgeted $565,000 for law contract services and that you've adjusted it to over $808,000 and have already spent $658,000. I know that a lot of people were planning to call in today to discuss the cost of street parking for paying for street dining on parking places. And I just can't help but feel like these exorbitant prices for restaurant owners on Mamaroneck Ave is somehow connected to this unexpected budget item in contractual expenses for law. And I just wanted to ask how you are adjusting the budget to deal with this unexpected budget increase. Thank you.
Thank you. If we're budgeting for it, it's not unexpected. Mr. Quiros.
Can you hear me now? Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Many months ago, another speaker requested that litigation documents be posted on the Village of Mamaroneck website, which is what you used to do for many years. You said this would be restored, but it is still has not. When will the village make all litigation documents available?
Well, we've been restoring it. It's been restored.
It's been restored?
Yes, sir.
Homepage.
It's been restored and it's on the website.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you tell me when that was done?
The day after it was discussed, we started.
Okay,
That's correct, Mayor.
excuse me?
That's correct, right after it was discussed by Mr. Salanitro.
Okay, I'll recheck. Sorry, thank you.
Bye-bye. Richard Limegruber.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak tonight. I would like to speak on behalf of the Mamaroneck Chamber of Commerce. But first, I would just like to congratulate the board members and the mayor for now having 2 restaurants with the additional outdoor street dining. I think it's shameful, and I think that something needs to be done. I'm going to read a couple of things that I'd like to share with you from information that we received from the Rivertowns Chamber of Commerce, who shared it with their local government when their local government was not allowing them to have on-street dining for a reasonable cost. We've already had permission to share this with you. There's 4 points that I'd like to make. Number one, why is outdoor space essential for our businesses this year? The end of the coronavirus pandemic is on the horizon at last, but the timeline for actually getting there feels like it shifts daily. While certain activities should become more favorable over the summer, many people might not be comfortable resuming them until the end of the year or even later, especially eating inside of restaurants. Businesses are still making up lost revenue and covering debts accrued from the past year. Every dollar now counts. The National Restaurant Association reports, quote, most restaurants operators do not expect a return to normal business conditions anytime soon. 32% of operators think it will be 7 to 12 months before business conditions return to normal for their restaurant, while 29% think it will be more than a year. Last year, outdoor dining provided safe places for people to dine, provided much needed cash flow for restaurant operators, and allowed restaurants to bring back additional staff. It was a complete lifeline to these restaurants. Number two, what makes restaurants uniquely difficult to manage during the pandemic? The restaurant model is unlike any other small business in terms of the amount of perishable goods and labor needed to operate on a daily basis. In the best of times, restaurants are high volume, low margin, and unpredictable. Before COVID-19, the New York State Restaurant Association reported an average industry profit margin of just 3 to 5%. This means that any disruption makes it challenging to manage costs. It is not uncommon for restaurant owners to forgo their own paychecks, health insurance, pull money from their personal savings, or even cover staff shifts themselves to cut down on the labor costs because they can't afford them and keep their business expenses paid for. Further, profits typically get reinvested in necessary improvements as independent restaurants cannot add debt services with already low profit margins. So there is a significant loss to revenue during this pandemic and a significant added cost. What is left is careful cash flow management. Payroll must be met each week without question. Restaurants cash in, cash out, and rely on flexible suppliers and landlords to make this possible. Added costs from the village will contribute to debts going unpaid in other areas. Paying the village for 4 parking spots, $9,504, jeopardizes essential credit terms with suppliers and relationships with landlords. Number 3, why are restaurants important to villages? Restaurants often anchor the neighborhoods that they are in and attract additional businesses. They are engines of urban renewal. The restaurant industry is the second largest private sector employer in this country with the highest rate of job loss across all sectors. Lost restaurant jobs disproportionately affect young people, immigrants, people of color, women, and single mothers. Restaurants are the #1 employer for single mothers, the #2 employer for immigrants, the #1 employer for returning citizens from institutions, and the #1 employer for first-time job seekers. Money spent at restaurants multiplied within the community. More than 95 cents for every dollar a restaurant receives goes back out, with most of those dollars going towards employees, farmers, fishermen, bakers, ranchers, winemakers, linen providers, and so many more critical small businesses. Number 4, why should local governments help their restaurants and small businesses? In a White House meeting with Independent Restaurant Coalition, the deputy director of the National Economic Council said, quote, the data is clear that restaurant industry has been, if not the most hard hit, one of the most hard hit industries because of COVID, unquote. A senior advisor to president of the director of the White House Office of Public Engagement said, quote, neighborhood restaurants and bars are vital to communities across the country, and they will play a central role in putting people back to work and getting our economy back on track, unquote. Senator Charles Schumer said on a recent call with the Westchester County Association that 40% of new federal funding will be allocated directly to local governments. The federal government is giving localities the opportunity to invest in their economic futures. Senator Schumer also told the Washington Post, we need to do much more for our restaurants.
Time.
I want to point out, this is the complete opposite of what this village of Mamaroneck is doing for our restaurants. While $9,504 over 33 weeks or $288 a week might not seem like a lot, we ask that you reconsider proposing fees and offer full economic support to our downtown business community. We ask you to ensure the allowed use of electric lighting, which is sanitary and safety requirements. We ask that this consideration not only for the survival of our restaurants and retail businesses, but for overall economic health and spirit of the village.
Thank you.
I'm not done. I have 2 more minutes. There have been over 4 messages from our members of Chambers of Commerce who have reached out to the village managers regarding the lighting, and they have not received 1 response. This is a huge liability. We want to know why at the last minute somebody wrote in that no lights are going to be allowed. Would you, anyone here sitting on this board, would you sit outside at 8 o'clock with no lights on so that you can't see your food? I want to know who is going to be held liable if the restaurants want to put lighting up, but you as a village are telling them they cannot do that. That is a considerable safety issue. And based upon all the lawsuits that are happening in this this village, you guys are setting yourself up for additional lawsuits. So as many of our village residents can see, there are only 2 restaurants that have purchased the additional outsourced space. And we think as the Chamber of Commerce, the only reason this is the case is because it's an excessive cost. Most restaurants that we have spoken to said that they're willing to pay something for the additional space, but the current costs are just too high to even consider it.
Okay.
Commerce wants to provide you a solution for the lost revenue. We feel that you should consider, we would recommend extending the parking lot hours off of the Mamaroneck Avenue from 6 to 8 p.m. on a temporary basis. We believe that this additional revenue can more than make up for the lost revenue that you would be getting from, that you would be losing from the additional space that you'd be giving on the avenue for a reduced fee. The village government has a good faith relationship with their businesses to accommodate them and help them succeed. And at this moment in time, you are doing nothing but impeding their ability to survive. We hope that you reconsider the cost and safety issue of not allowing the lights. And I'm going to finish off with my personal opinion. I'd love to know who that's sitting on this board voted against our restaurants. And I will be filing a FOIL request to find out who voted against it. And I will make it public on my social media because you guys are sitting high and mighty.
Well, hold on. First of all, you're way over your time limit.
I'm sorry, but thank you for your time. I'm just frustrated, Mayor.
Yeah, I hear that, but
working on this, and you guys haven't budged, and it's just not fair.
Believe us, none of us are high and mighty.
Okay, you're not high and mighty, but you're not doing anything to help the restaurants.
I'll address that.
Depends on those restaurants. You're going to have an empty village.
I'll address that in a minute. Ms. Short. Ms. Short? If unmute yourself, Hillary.
Hi, I'm Hilary Short and I live on 151 Fenimore Road. I think I meant to say that I live in the village. Anyway, I just wanted to back Richard up because I make a lot of noise on social media and I make a lot of noise sending lots of emails. And I really do feel strongly about the village and the fee that you want to charge. And I must say, I went to Larchmont yesterday. I won't say who it was because I know she's a very good friend of yours, Tom. And I asked her what they're going to be charged. And she said, you know, the restaurants were absolutely in panic about, being charged, because restaurants they have a 5% margin. It's not a big margin. And she said that they were all pretty hysterical. And she was very relieved when they were told, and I'd say their space is probably comparable. Theirs is a square feet by square foot. And it's probably comparable for maybe 3 parking spots. And she told me that she's going to be paying $1,000 till December 1st. And she can afford that. And they have a really thriving business, her new restaurant. And I just think, when I put these posts on social media, they take me many hours to respond to make sure that people are not coming up with the negative thing of I'm going to primary our people. It's all about what's fair for our village. And as we all know, if we don't, people watch what's going on in the village. Dobbs Ferry, Rye, Larchmont, Portchester have very high-end chefs that have gone in. When I moved here in 2012, we didn't have high-end chefs and restaurants, particularly in Westchester, but we do now. And these chefs will not come and open, like Dobbs Ferry has 2 or 3 of them. That's probably why they really fought for it, because those chefs, we want them in our community. We have a beautiful harbour area. There's no reason why we shouldn't be comparative. Rye's opened 2 top restaurants in the last few weeks. Larchmont's opened great restaurants too. And I know we do have good restaurants. I don't want anyone to start yelling at me from the community. But we really, really do need to support our community and the restaurants. And we do have the people who, like my clients, as I'm a private chef, go, they order in takeout nearly every lunchtime to support our restaurants. People in this community are going above and beyond to make sure our village is sustainable. And I do believe, I know you get some money back from the revenue. And like Richard said, everyone's been saying, why can't they park round the back? I thought that was a good idea. But anyway, I just want to say my bit, and I really hope you reconsider. And I hope you've read what people said on Nextdoor and on supporting Mamaroneck restaurants and mums and dads groups, because it takes a lot of work to keep that all, just sensible and smart. Okay, thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you, Hillary. I'm going to take a minute to address this issue because it has been a matter of contention, especially as Ms. Short pointed out on social media. And I just want to put some context and perspective on this, okay? Because a lot of times that's what's lacking. And I think there are a couple of things. First of all, this decision and the decision that's been made has not been a decision of the village board. It was a decision of the village manager. The village manager under our code has the ability to alter the parking on Mamaroneck Avenue. The village board actually does it. We have what is called, and what I think some people love to refer to as a weak mayor form of government. That means that the mayor can't change this in and of himself. The CEO of the village of Mamaroneck is the village manager. The village manager has been on leave. He will be back next week. I will take your concerns to the village manager and express those concerns and see if there is any leeway or give, and to get his take on why what's going on is going on. I just want to address the I believe mistaken belief that the village of Mamaroneck does not do anything for the Avenue restaurants and businesses. And I think we do more than any other community for our downtown. So let me just delineate some of the things we do. The village of Mamaroneck borrowed millions of dollars, maybe a decade or two ago, to bury all the wires on Mamaroneck Avenue and to do a facelift on Mamaroneck Avenue, the new light fixtures that you see out there now. That is a cost that is carried by all the taxpayers in this community. The Village of Mamaroneck provides a worker full-time, all day, every day of the week to clean the street. Goes up and down both sides of the street all day, cleaning the street outside all of these businesses. That's incurred by the taxpayers. The Village of Mamaroneck provides 2 bicycle cops almost every day on Mamaroneck Avenue to make sure the parking is orderly, that everything is safe, that people feel comfortable in our downtown. These are all costs that are borne by the Village of Mamaroneck taxpayers that benefit the downtown community here on Mamaroneck Avenue. I know everybody has gotten used to those amenities, but if you have a business on Halsted Avenue, you're not benefiting from those amenities. Those amenities are just benefiting people who live here and work here between Boston Post Road and the railroad, the downtown business district. And we want to have a thriving downtown business district. But the idea that we do nothing to make that happen, I believe, is misplaced. And this is why I wanted to give some perspective and some context. We're in the middle right now of trying to pass a budget. And we're working really, really hard to keep property taxes down, to keep property taxes below the tax cap. And it's very difficult because the costs that we incur every year, like healthcare, pension costs, go up and up and up. And I know everybody looks at things and says, well, this is just this much, so that's not going to hurt you. But it all adds up, and it makes our job more and more difficult. The Board of Trustees has a responsibility to kind of fly at 30,000 feet, right? And to see how all those moving parts get put together to have a budget that keeps people in this community. Most of the people who put money into meters on Mamaroneck Avenue, believe it or not, are from out of town. So what we want to do is make sure that our taxpayers, the people who live here, can stay here. So we're really working really hard to keep the tax increase down. And I'd say almost 10% of the revenue of the Village of Mamaroneck is meters and parking in our community. So while it might seem inconsequential, especially to the restaurant owners, and I really do feel for the restaurant owners. I spent a lot of time in restaurants and bars especially when I was young, and I do understand the business, and I have many friends still in that business. So it's not like we don't care. The original cost of a parking spot was $20. The village manager put it down to $12. Now, there's been a lot of consternation that is unworkable. So I'll bring those concerns to him. But I think everybody needs to look at this in context and all the decisions in context. What I found in village government, and that I find very frustrating sometimes, but it's just the nature of the beast, is everybody's really in favor of the program that that behooves them and that they think is beneficial. But what's beneficial to some people is not beneficial to others, and people have a hard time looking at the totality of the issue. So that's our job, is to look at the totality of the issue. And I do understand, I'm not trying to negate the difficulty that our restaurants are having, but I just want to put this in some context and some perspective as we move forward. Hopefully, we can look at this and to see if there is room. I can't make any promises to anybody, but I can promise you I will have the discussion, and we'll see where this goes. And I'm sure other board members would be willing to have the discussion too. But it's very important when you're looking at stuff like this to have context and perspective. And I realize that it's hard to get unless you sit in these seats. And believe me, it's not a high and mighty position. It is a position where we are trying very hard to keep people in this community, to keep people working, and to keep services that you all expect and deserve coming. So it's a balancing act. So I'm sorry, I'll get off my soapbox now, as I see we have a frequent flyer, Mr. Tippett, with his hand up.
Good evening, board members. If you can hear me, nod your head because my sound isn't working.
We can hear you.
Yeah, to the discussion we were just having. Number one, the village manager did not set the price for the restaurants online street. That was a discussion by the trustees who came up with $12 per parking space. And I told you at the time that the price was completely unreasonable. Yes, you did a lot of work on Mamaroneck Avenue, but understand, if you don't help out the restaurants, you think you had a tight budget this year? Every business is going to file for certiorari because commercial property is all based on income. If the restaurants are all off 75%, the landlords have to give them rebates, or the landlords have to lower their rent, or the space is open. Well, quite frankly, you're going to be seeing virtually every commercial property in the village of Mamaroneck filing a certiorari come June that will start to cover July of last year. And as long as their business is down, they will continue to file the certiorarities. And then it's one of those deals where you can pay me now or you can pay me later. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Limegruber, I'm going to let you go again, but the time limit is 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Obviously, I was a little heated before. I just want to remind you, Tom, I believe it was me as the president of the chamber, yourself, and village manager Jerry Barbaro, who has said that the costs, as Mr. Tibbet had just said, was the directive from the board. It wasn't his doing. And Mr. Tibbet just called you out on it too. So I just want to make sure that we're clear here, that my understanding was that this was a directive from the board. You were sitting right next to the village manager.
You're mistaken. It is the village manager's decision. He conferred with the board. It wasn't a directive from the board.
Okay, that's what those were the words that I believe he used.
I don't remember that.
I just want to clarify that I never said you guys don't do anything. I think you do a lot, but I want to hit home on the fact that, you know, these restaurants are struggling, and I know you guys know this, but everybody around, all the other villages around us are doing something to help out. You guys did a great job last year helping out, and we only have a limited amount of time before you're going to start seeing these restaurants close up because they can't afford their rent. And I just want to remind everybody that, you know, the Chamber of Commerce is here to help, whether you're a chamber member or not. And I find it, as the president, my responsibility to make sure that the village knows that there's a lot of people that depend on those restaurants, not only the merchants, but the other businesses around. The restaurants do bring a lot of people into this village. And if we don't have a lot of restaurants and they only have a couple of options to eat outside, they're going to go to another place where they have more options outside. And so, again, most of the restaurants that we've been speaking to understand that you guys need to make some money. I just hope that you consider getting revenue from somewhere else and allowing these restaurants to put up those barriers so that we can have a more vibrant downtown. That's all. And again, I know I'm not in your position, and you guys, you know, do a lot of work, and I appreciate that as a village resident. And I just wanted to say thank you, but you know, my points, I'm sure, well taken. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for the work that you do for the village.
Thanks.
Moving on to public hearings. Public hearing on the budget on fiscal year 2021, 2022 tentative budget. Need a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Need a second?
Second.
Okay. Augie, call roll, please. I'm sorry.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. We had a discussion in the work session about the budget. We believe we have a budget that's under
Can
the
you hear
cap.
me?
We believe we
Nod
have a
your head.
budget. Glenn, I'm talking. We believe we have a budget that's under the cap, and that keeps services that this community has come to know and love. So hopefully, we'll take comments from the public, but then we will close this and we will vote on the final budget on a special meeting that we're having on Wednesday night. And Mr. Tippett has his hand up. Glenn, you're on.
Yes, I saw the work session. Just a couple of comments. The sales tax is probably still a little bit on the low side, but it gives you a little bit of fat in the budget. The two things I do find problematic with the budget is the income that you're looking for the daily beach passes is a 90% increase over last year. And you did not take the recommendation of staff, which recommended that your tax or sororities, because you have a number of them in the town and of both Mamaroneck and in Rye, their original recommendation, according to the tentative budget, was 680,000, and you left it at 340,000. At this point, the budget is the budget, and I would take Nora's recommendation and monitor the budget and relook at all the numbers come October. Thank you.
Lenora Chalet, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Hi there.
Lenora?
Hi there. I missed the beginning of the meeting, and so I'm sorry if I'm going to ask you to repeat yourself. And to the extent that's the case, I'll catch up with the others. But have you had the discussion about the businesses on the avenue and about the parking costs and making the parking costs a cost of those business owners to use the outdoor space?
Yes, ma'am. We did have the discussion. I won't put you to sleep with the 5-minute dissertation that I went through, but that what basically I said was that we got to look at this in the totality of the budget, and that when the village manager comes back next week, I will relay the concerns that the residents have to him about this situation.
And specifically, one concern I'd like to raise, which has come to my attention. So I know we've discussed the cost of things, costs that are being passed on to the residents in the form of beach permits and so on. But one of the concerns that's come to my attention is that there's quite a significant budget for legal expenses, and that budget increases year over year. And so that is potentially a pocket that you could look at to defray these costs that you're now trying to pass on to the business owners. And I sent an email to the mayor and trustees address. You know, my concern is that we're trying to pass on parking costs to these business owners, but we need them at this point as much as they need us, because without these businesses, there will be no parking revenues. Without these businesses, you lose the atmosphere and the ambiance of the town, and in part, some of the value of the town, because that is what's attracting people to this town specifically, as opposed to, say, Larchmont or Rye or some of the neighboring towns. So I do think we have to find a way. And again, this is a point I made in my email, but I'll reiterate it for purposes of the broad audience. We have to find a way not only to, limit their expenses, but actually to support them, actively support them. Because my fear is otherwise all patrons will go to Larchmont, to Rye, to all the accessible neighboring towns, which are attractive as opposed to ours. And that's not just true for dinner, it's true for house purchases and so on. So I really want to emphasize this point and the importance of it in the bigger scheme of things. It's not just about one business, it affects all of us in the long run.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay. Anybody from the board have any comments? Rate of budget?
Yes, I have comments. The budget is exceedingly tight. We have worked the numbers so that they are underneath the stated cap, but we also fool ourselves in thinking that we are below the cap when we really take a look at all of the numbers that we are spending. The board of trustees, I think it's 3 years ago or 4 years ago, took the sewer department out of the operating budget. And if you put that back in, all the people that are that operate in the sewer department are village employees and are underneath the direction of village staff. And if you put that back in, you will understand that we are not as frugal as we think we are. We've this year, a lot of things that have been taken out of the capital budget, out of the operating budget and put in the capital budget. Again, this is not, in my mind, the most prudent approach to life. The biggest problem we have is long-term. Over 70% of the village budget is basically staffing costs, which are growing at a faster rate than our revenue rates. So if you plot curves, you basically are in a situation long-term that is troublesome from my vantage point. This village needs to do much more in the way of prioritizing our needs and doing long-term planning. Everybody said that we need to review the budget as we go forward in 6 months. I think we should be doing this quarterly. The issue is trying to get a handle on more prudent business practices. We run our households differently than we seem to run our governments. And, why I can use the term deficit spending, and I know some of my colleagues get very uptight about it. That's where we are. We take money out of the reserves to balance the budget from the operating vantage point. We've been fortunate that revenues have exceeded the expenses, and that, quote, you could pay it back at the end of the year. So this year we would be at break even with having taken money out of the reserves. But if you didn't take the money out of the reserves, we would be in the red. So it's not a question of game playing. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that we need to take a much longer term and a much harder look at what we are doing and where we are going.
Okay, thank you. I just want to point out that the staff gives revenue controls reports every 2 weeks to tell us where we are in the budget. I have no problem looking at the budget, as Nora suggested, in 6 months, but it's not like we don't have a running account of where we are on the budget. And Trustee Natchez, I just want to point out that you talk about taking money out of reserves. You sent an email this week suggesting that we take 25% more than we're already taking out of the reserves. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say we shouldn't be taking money out of reserves, then decide that when it suits you, you're going to take 25% more than we've already projected to. So, let's try and, have, an apples to apples discussion here. Nobody else suggested that. You suggested that.
You done? The issue is where we are and trying to get through. We are, in the last couple of days, we're down to the wire. We don't have a choice. I understand that. But I am very concerned. I am concerned that we have a budget. I am concerned that for whatever the reason, positions have been created and funded that are not in the budget, that have not been approved by the Board of Trustees, and against our written policies that have been passed by the Board of Trustees. I'm not suggesting this is done with malice or forethought. I'm suggesting that this is not the way to run a business, and it's not the way to run a government.
Anyone else from board?
I'll just say that people who are interested in the conversation about the village attorney can look at our work session, and I'm not going to repeat myself in full, but when we talk about saving money on litigation and saving money on personnel expenses, I think moving from hiring a firm to represent us and having someone from that firm in village offices 3 days a week to be there for staff versus hiring someone to be essentially a sole practitioner and have offices in the village office 5 days a week with a separate firm doing our land use boards. We're going to spend $350,000 to $400,000 more per year with the hope of saving on litigation costs. I hope that happens. That's a lot of savings to make up for. And I'm skeptical because I think our litigation costs don't come from people tripping on sidewalks. That's not the crux of what we're paying for. It's complex litigation. Some brought by residents and some not, but it's generally defending against complex cases. So I think that's a mistake. I wish we weren't doing that, but I refer people to the work session discussion for more details.
And just because it came up before with Ms. Shallot, I just want to point out that the litigation costs, that the village is not as, maybe there's one lawsuit that the village brought, but all the other lawsuits were people suing the village, people suing the village because they didn't like a land use decision, people suing the village because they didn't like an ethics board decision. And we have a responsibility and a duty to defend those suits. And yes, it costs money. And sometimes you have years where there are more of those, and sometimes you have years where there are less of those. But we have an obligation to defend our laws. And we have a duty to protect the integrity of our laws and how our laws are implemented. Okay, Ms. Shallot wants to go again. Give her one more shot.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask, where exactly is the outline of these lawsuits available?
It's on the village website. If you email tomorrow, S. Roberts, she will send you the link. sroberts@vomny.org.
Got it. And that does outline the lawsuits, meaning it doesn't just, it sort of breaks it down. I think that's what you suggested, right, when you described it?
All the information is there.
Great. Okay, great.
Thank you, Michelle. Is it Shallot or Chalet?
Shallot.
Shallot, okay. Okay. Anybody else have any other comments, concerns?
Two very quickly. One is on our work session, there's the policy proposal for managing litigation. We'll get to that hopefully next time. I think that's one of the many things that we'll continue to do. We'll see. There's a lot of we'll see, but we have to put our collective effort in organizing our work and supervision of this move. So this is about the litigation issue. About the budget, I just want to make the point that this year has been particularly difficult. I think we've made some progress, but also I do have to comment that filing the tentative budget later has made it more difficult than in the last 5 years that I've been involved. We have to be careful with that. So starting the process early is important, but filing the tentative budget at a point that we can then review it and make substantive changes was always productive. And I think we're struggling to the very end. I think that has not been a good experience. So hopefully next year we revert back to a process where first you take input from the board, from the budget committee, from residents. Then based on that, you get the tentative budget and you have enough time, a month or a month and a half to review it. Actually here, we've been working harder than that. We've been working almost 2.5 months, really harder, twice as that. We've done this budget twice and a half, and that's just us reviewing it. Staff has put much more on that. So it's been a real tremendous burden on all of us. I think we're reaching that point. Hopefully we'll pass it on Wednesday and move forward. It is a plan and it is an estimate. We do need to be on top of it based upon the bi-weekly expense controls that didn't exist when I joined the board. Really, this board and it increasingly takes more and more control, or more oversight and more collaboration with staff. That is probably really on the positive tone. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. All right, I need a motion to close.
So move.
Wait a minute. We don't think we need to close. We need to adjourn.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right. Motion to adjourn
until Wednesday.
Until Wednesday, right.
Yeah.
I need a motion to adjourn the budget hearing until Wednesday, which will be the 28th.
5
So
o'clock,
moved.
right? Yeah. I'll second.
Kelly second. Augustino.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. The next is a public hearing, PLLC tax cap override if needed. Need a motion to open the meeting.
So move.
Second.
Augie.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. I would suggest that we just close this and move on. And not adjourn it. If we close it
Till Wednesday?
and don't vote on it, right? If God forbid, there's a natural disaster and we need to go over the budget, we could vote on it then. If we don't vote on it, it just dies.
Okay.
That's fine with me. I move
If
to
we-
close.
If we close it, we can always vote on it.
And that's what I mean, Nora. It gives
Not
us,
that we
belts
want
and
to,
suspenders.
Yeah, so moved.
Okay. There's a movement from Kelly. Any second? No, I'll second it. Augie, call a roll.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Thank you. Public hearing on fiscal year 2022, 2023, 2024 food community development block grant programs. Need a motion to open this public hearing?
So move.
Second.
Augie, call.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
the four,
Aye. Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, Mr. Sarnoff, do you want to go?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The village and our consortium of municipalities in Westchester County are going into the new phase of CDBG funding. After a meeting with Westchester County Planning, they suggested that we hold a public hearing to solicit comments from the community as to priorities for the types of projects they would like to see the village and or eligible not-for-profits submit for. In terms of the village, we typically apply for grants for infrastructure improvements. Mr. Mayor, before you alluded to the improvements that were made along Mamaroneck Avenue. I believe it was in the late 90s that we started that. A lot of that was funded with CDBG funding, and we've done a tremendous amount of work along Mamaroneck Avenue and some of the streets off of Mamaroneck Avenue over the last 20 years, millions and millions of dollars. In terms of what would be a priority for the staff to look at right now is we're looking to implement the recommendations and suggestions of the pedestrian safety assessment study that was done by the Traffic Commission a few years ago. We are looking to break that up into several phases to maximize grant funding. I did discuss this with the Safe Routes to School Committee, and given the work that we're going to do to improve the walking conditions to the Mamaroneck Avenue School, they were very much in philosophical agreement with that type of grant application. But in case there are any other residents who would like to speak or make suggestions about priorities for CDBG funding, this is an opportunity for them to do so before we all, meaning the village and the not-for-profits, start our applications for grant funding.
And
yes,
do we have a list of those that are presently on a hit list for potential funding? And is there a priority listing on any of those for people to be able to comment on?
In terms of the village, we've been looking at the Mamaroneck Avenue School, but again, this is really an opportunity for other residents to say, well, maybe not the Mamaroneck Avenue School. Maybe you should be looking at improvements in this low to moderate area of the village. But again, it was given our experience, given the fact that the village has been able to leverage grant funding over the years, given that we're looking to, in terms of priorities, it's really, you're limited to spending funds either in certain areas or meeting needs for certain populations. It's a lot easier for the village to do work in an area like around the Mamaroneck Avenue School because the school is in a low mod area, and that's a census designation in terms of the average income of the residents in that area. And it also serves a population that is mostly coming from that area. And that's an issue we have with some other programs we'd like to do, but because of the rules and regulations of the program, yeah, it's easiest and the highest priority is placed on those types of programs that serve underserved populations in both their neighborhood and in programs that support them. So that,
Let me ask it a different way. Does the program itself have a list of bullet point priorities that they give attention to that in regarding of what they will approve for funding?
yes.
Can we publish them for people to understand them?
Yeah, I can get that information from the Urban County Consortium. When it comes to municipalities, again, they do tend to favor infrastructure improvement projects.
Okay, but I think it's important if we're asking for the public to comment, I think it's also important that we give them a perspective of where priorities are for funding for those who are going to make the decisions on what they might fund or not fund. So people can put that in a perspective. So if their particular project does not fit that, they would better understand, not that they shouldn't advocate for it.
Okay.
Anybody else? Okay, I just want to point out to the public that the village of Mamaroneck has benefited over many, many decades from the Community Development Block Grant Fund. We were deprived of those funds during the Astorino years because of the constant warfare between the Astorino administration and the federal government. So the village of Mamaroneck did not get the millions and millions of dollars that it was entitled to because of communities up county that did not want to build affordable housing. So we were penalized for their intransigence. And I just want to thank our present county executive, Mr. Latimer, for solving that and for getting us the benefits that our residents deserve, especially our residents in moderate and low income areas. So does anybody else have any comments? That being said, I need a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Nora, you seconded, right? You're just hard to hear, Nora.
Yes,
Do we need to
yes,
close
yes.
it? Do we need to
No, we're
close
not
it now?
closing it. We have to set a hearing date. We're setting a hearing date.
But this is the hearing.
This is the hearing.
This is the hearing? There was no backup?
And I suggest we keep this open till the next meeting. So the people who have not heard about it till now have a chance to respond.
Okay, then I'll change it to asking someone to make a motion to adjourn this until May 10th.
So move.
But I
I'll
think
do that. This is the second time, at least the second time this has been on our agenda and we've invited comment, but happy to do it a third time.
Well, I don't think we put anything on the backup. I mean, I think people look at it and they don't really know what this entails. I don't think this is really. I
So
think
Dan, on the backup for the next meeting, just have, you know, the programs that, the specific projects that we're applying for. Okay? Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to adjourn it to May 10th. Is May 10th the next meeting? Yes, Sally's giving me the yes. Sally is the keeper of the time.
Yes, it is.
Okay. A motion?
so moved.
Mr. Attorney, roll call.
I'll second if we don't have a second.
Nora and Kelly. Call roll.
Trustees, Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lepore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Nora, just so you know, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Now you're muted. I don't know if it's your speaker that you had or, but I don't know.
Is that
if
better?
it- That's much better.
Okay.
That's much better. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Order the bills. First item on the order of bills is authorization to execute budget transfer to fund fire department supplies for Scott Packs. And the fire department wants to move out of their budget $17,000 for fees and physicals and another $4,929.22 from their fire inspection line, fire inspection dinner, which didn't happen this year because of COVID. And they're going to move it all into Scott Packs, which I think is, you know, a very good idea because they always need Scott Packs, and Scott Packs are vital to their function. It allows them to go into interior fires and have an ability to stay in longer because they have breathing apparatus. That's what a Scott Pack is. So it would be $21,922 transferred to the Scott Pack account. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Nora and Kelly. Call the roll, Augie.
Trustees, Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lepore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. The next is a resolution authorizing a cash advance to Chief Vincent Costa. Whereas the New York State Association of Fire Chiefs will be holding their annual 125th Street 125th Annual Conference and Expo on July 14th to 17th, 2021 in Syracuse. Whereas the event will have apparatus displays, classroom education, and other activities. Whereas a $300,000 advance of funds is being requested to cover conference-related expenses for the 6 attending members of the Village of Mamaroneck Fire Department. And whereas upon approval by the Board of Trustees, a purchase order will be generated and a voucher payable to Chief Vincent Costa, and the amount of $3,000 will be included on the abstract prior to the conference date. And whereas after the conference is attended, Fire Chief Vincent Costa will be responsible to submit original receipts for all expenses paid, and any unused funds must be returned to the village. Now, be it therefore resolved. I will make that motion.
I will second.
Questions or concerns? Augustino.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lepore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, next up is the order of bills. And the order of bills to $800,706.89. Augie, I got a question. On page number 2, refund for lien redemption. This is paying back. We have liens and we have to pay them back.
Annually, we sell our taxes as liens to third-party individuals. Once they're sold, residents may come into Village Hall to redeem those liens. Once they redeem, we send a check over to the lien holders to get the certificates back.
Okay, so the resident just doesn't go directly to the lien holder. He has to go through us.
By law, the resident can't come through us.
Right, okay, gotcha. Any questions or concerns about the order of the bills? Dan?
Page 4, on last line, I guess, the crane rental, is that a one-shot, or is this a per week or per month or what?
I believe it's a one-shot.
On page 6, the colored sessions, 1677. This is ongoing for the remediation of the sewers?
No, this is general engineering work. Over the last month, we had them review the Hickory Grove project. The town's looking to determine what the village costs will be if we choose to move forward with that. They're also working on a design for a roof over the transfer station, which was removed several years ago because it was structurally deficient. I think there are some other items. Well, PCI Cellular asked them to look at like an RFP for a pavement condition index report, which would help the village make more objective decisions and recommendations for future paving.
On page 24 of 37, it's actually 23 and 24, carry alarms. I don't understand the 360. I understand the 264, but I don't understand the 360.
Okay, one moment.
Their 6 months fees are normally the same, and I know the 264. I don't understand the 360.
Where do you see the 360? I'm on page.
On page 24, 1, 2, 3, 4, third line up from the bottom.
It's for the schoolhouse.
Yeah.
I understand what it's for. I don't understand the amount.
Well, if it's for 12 months, 360 looks like it's probably a set fee of.
Their normal fees are what's shown on page 23, third line from the bottom of 264 every 6 months.
Well, this is a 12-month. It also depends on the services that you have the monitoring for. I can take a look at the bill and get that answer.
Okay, it doesn't make sense to me. Their rates are pretty much the same. So something else has to be there, or I just, anyway, find out and let us know, please.
I'm gonna see if I can log into our financial system right now.
Yeah, okay, and here's the one it was 32 of 37 for the sewer rehabilitation, of 97, quote, $9,800.
Yes.
I guess my question is, we had talked about potentially having hiring a project manager as opposed to them at a much less cost. Is that something that we need to rethink?
I thought we talked about a project manager kind of overall for some more specific projects. But yeah, it's not something I've looked at in any detail at this point.
But if we're going to be at $10,000, a month or so in that ballpark, maybe revisit that is what I guess I'm suggesting.
Yeah, we can run some numbers, see what the cost would be. I think we'll look at it.
What is Kellard Sessions doing? Are they supervising the I&I project? Is that what this is about?
Essentially, there are kind of our clerk of the works engineer in the field, making sure that the contractor will be doing everything they need to do, monitoring the quality of the work that gets done, making sure it's complete. That's my understanding of their scope of services. It's really construction management.
I thought that was going to be done by staff. So do we have an agreement with them to do this?
I believe we do. I think that Jerry did solicit a quote for this, and I think it may have been approved by the board. I can follow up on that tomorrow, though.
Thanks. That'd be great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I have a comment and a question. The comment is on page 6, just above Kellard Sessions, the first invoice that Mr. Natchez was referring to. There's an Arcadis for $2,300. It relates to a settlement. I think it's STS. That looks like Save the Sound settlement.
That's correct.
Since I haven't seen that or looked into it, and since we started this kind of this semi-disclosure or just staying out of paying anything where you're recused, I just mentioned it, so I'm kind of staying out of that. I think that was kind of the way we did it the other day, right? The second is just one question for Augie. I see page, I think it's, let me see. Page 5, fiscal advisors. This is in connection with the bond issuance. Is this a one payment? Is that in connection with what we did last year? Augie, you probably.
That's their service.
It is, I'm sorry?
That's their fee for the service of issuing the bond, the $5 million bond.
The one that was issued last, when? That's my question.
I think we issued this back in January.
Okay, so this is the one fee for that. That's my question?
Yes.
Okay. Just one payment.
Yes, just one payment.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Okay. All right. I need a motion to pay this bill.
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you, ladies. Augie, call the roll.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Weinstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes, with an understanding that Dan answers the questions that have been raised.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Mr. Fusco.
Thank you.
Okay, under old business. Resolution appointing chair of the Traffic Commission. Tonight, we are very blessed to have Mr. David Salco, who has been a member of the Traffic Commission for many years, step up to chair the board. I will make a motion appointing David chair of the Board of Traffic Commissions.
And I'll second that with great thanks to him for stepping up. He runs a great meeting and we're really going to be well served. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for approaching him, Trustee Winstrup.
Sure.
Anybody have any questions or concerns? Call the roll.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Old business 3B, resolution awarding contract on 2021-01 Hillside Avenue Bridge replacement. Mr. Sarnoff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We been working on this for several years now. We have received grants totaling $3,850,000 for the replacement of the Hillside Avenue Bridge. We had our bid opening on March 10th. The low bid was received from Villa Construction. I believe the amount is $4,378,000. Let me just confirm that. Yeah, $4,378,000. We've had several discussions with them regarding their bid submission. They conveyed a clear understanding of the project scope, comfort with their bid. As we discussed during the work session, the bids did come in higher than the original engineer's estimate, but we feel that some of that's due to just generally higher prices in the lower Hudson Valley, the close proximity to a Westchester County owned 66-inch sewer main, which is, need to take great care around that for obvious reasons. We are looking to move forward and make the award so we can begin this project.
Questions or concerns? Okay. I'll make the motion to approve this project.
Second.
Okay, Augie.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
I'm in favor of the project. I'm concerned about the bid, so I'm going to vote no.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution, the parking meters we're holding, right, Dan?
Yes, we're still working. I still need to spend some time with Mark to finalize the law and answer some of the more peccadillos about this area, the peculiarities.
We recently voted to remove the 90-minute parking on Boston Post Road. Remember that resolution?
Correct.
The signs are still up saying 90-minute parking.
Yeah, I will work with Tony on that.
Yeah, so all he needs is a ratchet with a half-inch socket. Resolution accepting donations for the police department. This is something I never saw before. A last will and testament of a Mr. Ednar B. Taylor, and he left $10,000 to the Village of Mamaroneck Police Department.
Ms. Taylor.
What?
Ms. MS, period.
I'm sorry, Ms. Edna Taylor. My apologies.
Yes.
And the money is to help with the expense of recruiting new members and sending them to the police academy. And that's an extremely generous gift and very specific, but it will come in handy. Does somebody have any questions or concerns? Anybody want to make a motion?
So move.
Second. Thank you. Thank her.
Yes, thank you very much. In rest in peace, Ms. Taylor. Augie, please.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
With thanks, yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Before,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. Item 4B is a resolution authorizing agreement with the Southeast Consortium for Special Service. The Southeast Consortium is an amalgam of communities in the Sound Shore and Lower Westchester that band together to provide recreation services for disadvantaged folks. It saves these communities money because we would have to do it on our own, and it's cheaper to do it as a group. And they run really well-run programs. And we're happy to be a member for, I think, decades and decades, over 40 years, as Mr. Sarnoff points out. And this is $6,419, our cost of the program, which is way less than we could do it on our own. Anybody have any questions or concerns?
No, it's great.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Augustino.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
before,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. The next resolution, item 4C, is a resolution for St. Patrick's Day Parade for next year, 2022. That they need to make plans now to get bands and different folks to participate. This resolution would allow them to also sell beer at Harbor Island Park. And I believe that there were a couple of amendments that Trustee Natchez would like to make, and I'll allow Trustee Natchez to address that now.
It's actually posted on the web, I believe, correct, Sally? The amendments basically had to do with the trash having to be hauled away, not just put in plastic containers, that the street vendors had to have village permits and prominently display them. And that the approval is subject to same thing we did with the fire department for the Fireman's Parade and Carnival, and subject to CDC, New York State, County Health, and the Village of Mamaroneck's rules, regulations, and guidelines.
Okay. The resolution as amended. Does anybody have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Mr. Fusco.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
before,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. The next up is 4D, resolution accepting donations for the Marine Education Center Touch Tank at Harbor Island. And this is a donation of $92 from an anonymous source. And we have to accept this donation, and we thank the anonymous source for the $92. The Marine Education Center will be back open on weekends soon, and I encourage everyone to go down and visit, especially if you have children. It's a great interactive experience, and we have a naturalist on staff who will answer any questions that you have, not only about what's going on in the Marine Center, but also what's going on in Long Island Sound that surrounds us. So I need a motion.
I'll move. Second.
Okay, or a second. Augie, please.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
before,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. The next up is a resolution supporting the town of Rye in an application to the Bridge New York grant program to replace the South Barry Avenue Bridge traversing Otter Creek. This is at the end of South Barry before you get to the Otter Creek Preserve and Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club. Anybody have any questions or concerns? Anybody want to make the motion?
So move.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
before,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye, thank you. Concludes the agenda. Next up at bat is communication to the board, round two. I see Mr. Tippett has his hand up. Glenn, you're on.
Good evening, once again, board members. I just want to touch on the budget, not the operating budget. I want to keep that separate, but the overall budget. As of right now, we don't have a capital budget in place. We have to start to incorporate our operating budget with our capital budget. Right now, we're running a deficit. We ran a deficit last year. We're going to run a deficit this year. The way things are going right now, there is no way going forward that we are going to get out of deficit spending unless we do major changes. That means that every department's going to have to be looked at. Every expense is going to have to be looked at. Every revenue is going to have to be looked at, because not only do you have to get out of an operating deficit, you're going to have to come up with money for capital projects. Simply bonding them isn't going to work, because all that does is add to expense of operating budget a year down the road when you have to pay the principal and the bond back. Right now, outside of sewer and water, you can afford to spend $1.74 million on bonds without affecting your next year budget. Once you go over that amount, for every $1 million that you spend, to pay it back is about a 0.25% increase in the property tax the following year. This is something that can't wait. You have to start to figure out how you're going to pay for capital projects that you have over $120 million worth over the next 5 years, not including your water or your sewer. It has to be addressed. You cannot kick the can down the road on this any longer. And I would suggest give yourself a couple of weeks off, and then with the staff and the budget committee to get right to work on it. In the meantime, everybody have an absolute beautiful spring. It's supposed to be 80 degrees tomorrow. Go out, get some sunshine. Thank God after Wednesday, you can vote on the budget, put that behind you, give staff their 48 hours to rest, and then it's back to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tippett. I have to ask staff a question. Mr. Fusco, are we in a deficit? Are we doing deficit spending?
We're not in a deficit. We're not doing deficit spending.
Thank you. Report from the village manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the public's information, earlier today, Governor Cuomo announced guidance regarding reopenings. Beginning May 15th, gyms and fitness centers outside of New York City, which is the village of Mamaroneck, can expand capacity from 33% to 50%. No casinos or gaming facilities, but they can also expand their indoor capacity from 25 to 50%, and offices can expand capacity from 50 to 75%. Beginning May 19th, large-scale outdoor venues can increase spectator capacity from 20% to 33%. On the vaccination front, I just got a report from the county. Total number of total persons vaccinated at all vaccination sites within Westchester, which I believe is people who've had at least the first shot, 490,786, which represents 50.7% of the county's population. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Report from clerk treasurer.
Yes, Mayor. Dog license expire April 30, 2021. Renewals will be mailed to existing license holders. Purchases may also be done online.
Thank you very much for that. Reports from the village attorney.
Nothing from me tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we have minutes from boards, commissions, In committees, minutes of the Board of Trustees, work session and regular session for April 12th and special work session on April 13th. Minutes of the Zoning Board of Appeals meetings of September 10th and December 3rd. Minutes of the Arts Council meeting of March 1st, 2021. Minutes of the Budget Committee, March 17th, 2021. Minutes of the Recreation Parks Commission, February 10th, 2021. Minutes of the Ad Hoc Ethics Review Committee meetings on February 11th, February 18th, February 25th, March 11th, March 18th, March 25th, 2021. Minutes of the Board of Architecture Review meetings of March 18th and April 6th. There being no other business before the board tonight, wish you all a happy spring, and I'll see you in May. I have a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
So
I just want to point out the village board will be meeting on Wednesday, March 28th, April 28th, I believe at 5 o'clock, right?
yes.
To finalize the budget numbers. Hopefully that won't take too long, but you can tune in on this channel. All in favor of adjourning?
So moved.
Good night.
Night.